Hello, welcome to day 2 of Fed Supernova. We are excited you came back for another day of content. Or if it's your first day, welcome to Fed Supernova live from the Capital Factory in Austin, Texas. My name is Brian Fitzpatrick. I am IBM's Navy Business Development Executive and a retired surface warfare officer or a ship driver for the non-Navy folks in the audience. Before we get started with content, I want to cover a few housekeeping rules to ensure you get all you can out of Fed Supernova. Please update your Hop-In profiles and your LinkedIn profile to your Hop-In profile. This will be important when we get to the networking portion of the day. We ask that you engage and connect with each other by introducing yourself in the chat, sharing your LinkedIn profiles. Make sure to use the stage chat on the right-hand side of your screen. Be prepared to ask questions to our presenters throughout the conference. If you have general questions or feedback, shoot us an email at fedsupernova@capitalfactory.com. Remember, we have people who are watching from home on Hop-In and at the Capital Factory here in Austin, Texas. If you are watching at the Capital Factory, please download the Hop-In app on your phone to engage with our online audience. You can find the QR codes located throughout the building. We want everyone to participate in networking. You never know who you might meet. The Navy and Naval X have come inland from Silicon Hills to tap into the hotbed of innovation, design, and entrepreneurship Austin has been incubating for decades, so they can solve some of the greatest technology challenges we are facing at sea. Now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce the Naval X Director, Captain Ben Van Busker, to help us kick off the Naval X track at Fed Supernova. Captain?
Ryan, and for everyone in Austin, I wish I was there. I was really looking forward to this trip, but on behalf of the whole Navy team, next time we'll try and get down there. Hopefully the conditions will be such that we can come to Texas. I love what you're doing out there for the Capital Factory folks. My stepdad was a professor at University of Texas, El Paso, and I really can't say enough how much I appreciate and enamored by how well the state of Texas is doing with building this ecosystem, and with the partners like the Capital Factory for really trying to make this work and enhance their small businesses and build this defense and ecosystem. So thank you to everyone there. And then for everyone online, thank you for being here. For me, what I'm going to do is give you a brief overview of Naval X. We have some great talks going on the rest of the day. And so I'm not going to go and steal anybody's thunder. So I'll give an overview, and I do want to make this as interactive as we can, even though we can't, even though I can't be there. I want to do the best that I can to try and at least answer some questions and resolve our barriers of distance. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and share my screen and go over a brief that I have, and then we'll do some questions. All right, we are up. I'm gonna go full screen. All right, so what I'm going to go over is really what is Naval X, a little bit of how we're different, and I would say different in the correct way, and how we really, I think, work symbiotically with the other innovation cells to help small businesses and bring capability to the Department of Defense. So me, Captain Van Busker, Director of Naval X, my background, I'm a Silicon Valley native, born and raised. My dad was an entrepreneur, small business type. I went to college, joined the Navy, was a naval aviator. 20 years after my command tour out in Japan, where I was command officer of a squadron, I did what was called a Secretary of Defense Executive Fellowship, where I spent a year and change at VMware out in Palo Alto. Primary role was in central engineering, but an opportunity to really see how the company worked. And as part of this fellowship, see plenty of other companies around the country and go visit them, talk to their executives, see how they ticked. And I think for me, the reason I bring that up is I think it helps me empathize with everyone out there that is trying to do business with the government. I see it from your side, both the goods and the others. And after that, I was brought in to stand up a new director on the OpNav staff. The OpNav staff is the Chief of Naval Operations Staff, who's in charge of really deciding what the requirements are and the funding lines for Navy systems. And so I'm at Naval X, and I'm a detail lead like every other member of Naval X. We're here part-time. We only have 16 people, so we're a pretty small group, but we're all detailed from other places around the acquisition ecosystem to help do our job here. So why Naval X? Why are we here? Is the bottom line is Secretary Hondo Gert stood us up about 2 years ago for a couple reasons. One is we're just not moving fast enough, and that's the bottom line. We need to go faster. And so we needed a special group set up that could operate in the white space of the org chart to move quicker and break down silos between the different organizations, both internally to the Navy and our communications with folks outside the Navy. And we figured we are positioned to drive and foster culture change. So one is the connecting of folks, and two is the foster culture change. Adam Grant said in his testimony on the Hill back in April that DoD's culture is a threat to national security. And so when Secretary Good stood us up, he said, hey, we've got to go and attack culture change. Somebody needs to be doing this. And so that's a huge aspect of our role. And we have to really connect folks. And when we say culture changes, we got to get away from the culture of doing things in a silo just to ourselves in this sort of fear of working with industry. And I think it's one of the most powerful things that I learned as a fellow, and that what really drew me to Naval X was that's why our role exists, is to be able to just have conversations and collaborate with industry, academia, and the rest of DoD and break down those barriers without the fear of something happening or say, I can't talk to somebody. And I think that's one of the powers of Naval X. And I'll get into it in a little bit on what authorities we have. But the bottom line is we don't have contracting authority. We partner with other organizations within the Navy for their contracting authority. And because of that, it gives me a lot more flexibility between that and our partnership with industry, our partnership intermediary agreement, which is a contracting vehicle that we have among all the tech bridges. And Whitney, when she does her talk later on tech bridges, she'll talk a little bit about that. But with Naval X, we are a non-federal entity when we are on our premises. And so we can really, between that and partnering for context, we can really have some great conversations. Also, another reason is traditional R&D is changed over the last 30 years. Is the bottom line. The government is not the driving factor in R&D, it is not the driving force. We're a very small percentage. It's really an industry where things are happening. And as a country, if we want to succeed as a Navy, we need to be able to leverage the best practices and the technologies and the R&D that are being done by you, the small businesses, and even the large businesses going on out there that aren't in the traditional DoD ecosystem. All right. And so we have to cultivate and mature these ideas. And really a key to that is having these linkages, not just with industry ourselves. Naval X, we're an enabling organization. So we do that by partnering with the DIUs and the ensigns and the AFWorks and the folks at Army Futures and SOFWorks. It's really, I think, core to how we work. The point I say down here on this next bullet is this takes time. It's relationships. All right. So often in the military, for those that haven't served, you go from rotation to rotation. And so you show up as a commanding officer, you assume the roles and responsibilities and relationships that previous CO had. I'm aware of it, and all of us at Naval X are aware that it takes time and trust to really build relationships to break down these barriers, and not just with us in industry, but with us and internally. So we are very relationship focused and need to really build those out. And the last point here is commitment from senior leadership. We continue to have advocacy from senior leadership across the Navy. Secretary Gertz has since transitioned and is still fighting for what we're doing here in the Navy, and he'll continue to do that when he gets out or on the outside. But on the internal side, we still pass the baton. So we have advocacy and leadership from inside the Navy. And so I'm going to go over very quickly what our overall mission and vision is. So I hit the plane, a platform for connecting and culture change, but number one always has to be guiding stakeholders to delivering capability to the warfighter, because otherwise all of this becomes innovation activity, right? Or innovation theater, as people would say. If you aren't be able to go and eventually at the end of the road be able to get something to a warfighter, then it doesn't, it's just activity. So number one is guiding stakeholders to deliver that capability. I was in actually a call with SOFWorks, and they said it really well. It's like getting the problem and the solution together. You're a small business, you've got a solution, you found somebody in the Navy who has a problem. That's like the helicopter ride to base camp. The rest is getting up Everest, and you can't do it alone. And so we need to be your guides to help get you to the top of the mountain. So both internally and externally, guiding stakeholders to get capability to the warfighter. Two, like I mentioned, is being that platform for connecting naval needs and challenges with solution providers across industry, academia, and DoD, and encourage and fostering culture change to make the Navy a more agile, learning, and adaptable organization. And from what I learned, and this came back to when I visited SpaceX as a fellow, everyone thought that SpaceX, I'm sure a lot of folks here are familiar with their story, but everyone thought they were crazy. And I really admire them. in that, over a Kwajalein, they were launching rockets and nothing was working. And eventually that rocket worked and they got people's attention. And so when I look at all this, I go, if we really want to, and my thoughts are, if we want to change culture, we need to show that we can bring capability to the fleet in a better way. And that's my goal. And our vision is to empower and inspire the naval workforce in connection with our partners to deliver high impact capabilities on time, every time. And so a bit about our organizational structure. Okay, I won't get into a whole lot of details here, but I'll just go over some of these terms that I think they're important for anyone who hasn't worked within the Navy before. So I'm there in the middle. I'm an 06. I'm a captain. I'm the Naval X Director. As I mentioned before, I'm actually on detail like the rest of the Naval Xers. When you look to the left-hand side of this, I come from the OpNav staff. That's the CNO staff. They're in charge of setting the requirements for what we need to acquire and for building the budgets. All right. I also have my fitness report. My boss is the Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Research, Development, and Acquisition. And that goes back to our founding by Secretary Gertz. So I'm also connected to that organization. And then to the right is our connection to the Chief of Navy Research, which is Admiral Selby, and you'll be hearing from him later. I kind of think of him as sort of the CTO of the Navy. Admiral Selby is in charge of really driving innovation in that early stage R&D and driving that different, how can we think differently? What's really that stuff that's on the edge that we need to get brought into our ecosystem? So I think it's a pretty cool place in the org chart. And that I have 3 bosses, but at the same time, all of them have said, just go do your mission and let us know we can help. And I think that's pretty awesome because this, when I describe Naval X and this organizational relationship, we're sort of like Greece. And that's what Secretary Stephanie, when he talked about us on the Hill, is we can see from 10,000 feet across the different vast parts of the organization and on the outside where we see connections happen, or we can see patterns. We can go, hey, well, let's grease the skids and bring this capability through, or at the same time, maybe glue, right? Where there's something that's really there, but it's just not sticking. How can I bring in folks from across the ecosystem to bring this to bear and get it through? And so those are my 3 bosses and our relationships with the 3. And I think it works well because in the Navy, we've known, it's any large organization. And I saw this as a fellow too. It's really hard not to operate in silos. And so it's pretty fun being able to operate with me and my team in the white space of the org chart. I have a deputy who's a civilian. So I'm a uniform wearing aviator. My civilian deputy comes from a program executive office. He's a career scientist. He understands the civilian side. And I have my lines of effort below. And so I have my lines of effort now. Are these my only lines of effort? No. I view Naval X, when we were first founded, as Naval Expeditions. These are lines of effort that we're doing because we think they make sense. But I encourage any of my Naval Xers, if you have an idea for a new line of effort that you think will be game changing, let's look into it. And we can always add lines of effort. And so what I'm going to do is go in a little bit into each of these. And I won't go into huge details on tech bridges because Whitney will be briefing later, but I'll cover the others. So first I'll cover the Centers for Adaptive Warfighting. So what is this? This is where we take industry standard best practices, particularly in Scrum and Agile and human-centered design, really abstract the core concepts of those and apply them to the military. And so what we're doing is teaching our workforce, and I'm talking like out at the command level. So we're teaching young enlisted folks and young officers these new ways of thinking, new for the military. Why? Because we want to encourage lean, fast, and fix our culture to increase warfighting and competitive advantage. And we know this is an industry best practice. So we need to go ahead and leverage these industry best practices, and teach our folks how to use them. So why is that? It goes to our changing culture, but also gives them the tools they need to solve. This isn't we're giving you this training so you can come back to us and we can go to OpNav for like a solution. The idea we have here is we want to give our folks the tools so they can go solve problems in different ways in their commands. And just some examples here, when I say CAW Arctic, we have a Centers for Adaptive Warfighting up in Alaska. And you just can see, I won't read off here, but here's some examples of where they've solved problems at their own level and addressing their own challenges directly. I'll hit here. I think our Net Promoter Score is pretty good. It's another tool I learned from industry. Is an NPS of 97 is pretty awesome. So our folks are really digging the training. And they're able to, and they're promoting it. And like the rest of Naval X, this is totally bootstrapped. So we have Centers for Adaptive Warfighting around the country, and these have been stood up by folks wearing the uniform who've said, I want to go and teach this, and I want to teach this to my unit because it's valuable. And so I'll go into one of my later slides on where these have spread out across the country. I'll also point out, for example, of CAW Arctic, our director of CAW Arctic, the guy there in the picture, he's actually an Army guy. And so we're not just Navy, we're not constrained. And so we have Army, we have Marines make up over half of our CAW folks, Air Force, and of course, Naval Special Warfare, and we're trying to get out to the rest of the Navy fleet. But I think this is a pretty powerful tool we have for one, changing culture, and two, sourcing problems. We've trained over 4,000 folks. So workforce agility is another line of effort that NavalX has. Think of this as the CAW, but this is one where we're actually, think of it as consulting that we do for problem solving at our NavalX facility. And so we do it at the facility, and we will go do offsite. And this is where commands go, I'm stuck, I maybe have, I don't know where to go. We'll come in and use these tools and actually do consulting and facilitation for other groups within the Navy. And you can see some of our numbers down here, and it keeps us really busy. I'd say with both CAW and workforce agility, we're literally limited by capacity because folks like what we bring. And we've had at the highest levels of the Navy come in and use the Centers for Adaptive Warfighting for facilitating sessions and breaking down some of our toughest problems. But we do them at NavalX, and we will do offsite with our team. And another thing I love about CAW, and this goes into both CAW and workforce agility into changing culture, is we're rotationals. Like I said, guys and gals come for anywhere from 6 months to, I think our longest is, I think Mohawk Matt was there about 2 years. But that's not a lot of time. And so how can we make a real impact on folks in a limited amount of time they have with us at NavalX? And what I love about CAW and workforce agility is we can teach them these skills, and our folks can very quickly learn and then start facilitating. So even if somebody's only a rotational at NavalX for 6 months, they're going to leave with a fantastic skill set, and they're going to go off to their other commands, which are other parts of the Navy, whether it's a warfare center, which is a defense lab, or a program office. And I have a Naval Xer right now who is on workforce agility team who comes from PEO Joint Strike Fighter, which is like as big of a program office as we have out there. And then folks that are in uniform and go to the fleet. So it's really also a training ground. So it really meets two birds with one stone. Another one of our lines of effort is digital agility. And this is really going, how can we leverage digital tools, one for NavalX, so we can interact with industry, academia, and the rest of DoD better. But two, folks come to us with their problems. As anyone who's worked on the software side or of Navy acquisition, it's hard. ATOing is hard. Getting on contract is hard. So our team are really smart, at least in how to work with the Navy and how to get over some of your problems. So I know for my digital team, I highly encourage folks, if you're just kind of stuck or have a question, feel free to reach out, and we're happy to lend a hand on how to do business with the Navy, how to get your digital tools into the ecosystem. It's hard. All right, tech bridges, I'm going to give an overview here, but tech bridges, we have them spread out throughout the country, and they were one of the first lines of effort of NavalX. And the idea of a tech bridge is to sustain existing efforts that make us more agile, capable, and efficient. As you can see, the overall theme here with NavalX is we're not going out and creating new things for ourselves. It's all to help greater Navy be better. And I fundamentally believe that's the right way to go about it. And so these tech bridges are a connected network to enhance collaboration among our labs, which are our warfare centers, and industry, academia, and other branches of the military. So we're spread out across the country, and each warfighting lab has a certain specialty. If you go to our website and hit tech bridges, we have lists of the different areas that these tech bridges specialize in. And then we have a button to contact us, fill out your information, and one of our folks from our tech bridges will get a hold of you, whatever makes the most sense on the type of technology you have. But we're there to make connections, one, with external industry, because we think, and I do believe this, that there's technology out there that we're just not seeing because you're not part of the traditional defense ecosystem. We think that we got to get you into our ecosystem and into our labs and into our program offices, so that technology, that game-changing technology, can be used by the warfighter. But we also are here to break down barriers internally. Anyone who's worked in R&D in a large organization knows that there's barriers and people don't talk. But through our tech bridges, we have our own internal labs talking to each other. And so you can see over 20,000 connections, government, industry, and 11 partnership intermediate agreements, which are one of our contracting vehicles that we use for outreach. I'm not going to get into a whole lot of details on what a partnership intermediary agreement is, but think of it as a nonprofit that exists to enhance collaboration between us as the DoD and the government and you as industry, and they facilitate those interactions, and their facilities are designed such that we can have conversations that you couldn't have on a federal property. And that's what our Naval X facility is, and that's what the rest of our tech bridges have. And we are also building out to overseas. We have one set up in London, and you can see we've already helped with some abstracts and working on proposals for those. Excuse me, they've done proposals and gotten prize challenges through funding from Office of Naval Research. So a bit on our locations. So here's where we are. You see Naval X where we stood up over there in Washington. All of these are locations where we have either Centers for Adaptive Warfighting or tech bridges. Some of our tech bridges are more mature than others. For example, like Central Florida or Northeast, they've been around for quite some time from the beginning. Other ones are new, like in Hawaii. You can also see the CAW locations, CAW East down at Camp Lejeune, CAW West at Camp Penn, and then, of course, north up in Alaska, and Okinawa is another one in Japan. I think what's very powerful is their Centers for Adaptive Warfighting and tech bridges are international. And you may have seen in the news, Task Force 59, we have Captain Brasser coming to speak later today, who's the Commodore there. We're working with Task Force 59 on how can we leverage the tech bridge ecosystem for what they're doing out in the Middle East. Okay, and so this slide, I really, I'll let Whitney talk to more detail when she briefs later on, but this is really the expanded network of who we are. So we have lots of partnerships, okay, across industry, academia, and defense. So if you just get your foot in the door talking to a tech bridge, we'll be able to connect you with the right folks. And that goes back to having that 10,000 foot view in the org chart and be grease and glue to bring folks together. All right, so the last slide I'm going to talk about today, and I have some others if, depending on how the questions go, but here's the last one I really want to talk about is our way ahead for 2021 and what are we doing? What are our near-term opportunities? What are we focusing on? And then, like I said, I want to hear from you all and get your questions. So number one is advancing unmanned systems. This is hot on our list. The CNO has formed a unmanned task force. We're developing it right. Well, it's in development. We're putting the crossing the T's and dotting the I's on it now in support of developing unmanned systems. And so Naval X hasn't been involved from the beginning on that. And us as across our lines of effort are there to support that high-level Navy initiative. The second goes into being able to scale Mount Everest in collaboration with the Chief of Naval Research, OPNAV, RDA, and some of our partners in industry and Stanford University. We're putting together, based on the Hacking for Defense program, an Innovation Navigator program where we're actually going to be doing our first in-person lessons later on in October. We're going to go and learn from the best in the business on how innovation happens, the standard innovation pipeline that's used in industry. Apply that to what we're doing with the Naval X pipeline and through our unmanned task force with continuing follow-on, just like they would do at Stanford's Hacking for Defense, with government people having done this training and learning it and applying it. And so that's a program that we're standing up, and I'm really excited about that. Also is accelerating our tech bridges. I mentioned it briefly, but we're looking at how can we leverage the tech bridge ecosystem in Japan, the Middle East, and Australia. Japan's a lot closer. Whitney can give more details on the timeline on that, but these do take time and work. The other two are in work, and as you've seen in the news, there's a lot of reasons why we want to partner with these other countries. Scaling and adopting the CAW, all right? Like I mentioned before, we're a bootstrap startup, so a lot of times you hit that wall. How do you scale what we're doing? And so part of that is working with our digital teams to really enhance the number of online and remote courses we're giving and our remote problem solving sessions. But also, for me, I think a lot of folks in this room, either at the Capitol Factory or dialed in, are reservists. And so I think using our reservists is a huge opportunity that us, at least I think across DoD, we're still trying to crack the code on. Like, how can we best leverage these reservists who may be a reserve lieutenant but working for an Amazon, or a reserve lieutenant who's working for one of your startups? And how do we scale that? And how do we leverage that for Naval X? And then fleet outreach. You've heard me talk a lot about acquisition and the acquisition workforce and research and defense and acquisition, but we also want to reach the fleet, right? Because when we look at problem sets, I think the fleet is a great source for problems, and no one in Congress, no one in the Navy is going to sit there and tell you that, oh, we don't like this problem, even though it has been identified as a core fleet problem. So continuing our fleet outreach, both at the high level and at the lower levels, because I think they're, going back to that being able to see things from 10,000 feet. If we're getting really common problems from sailors across different aspects of the fleet, 6th Fleet saying something out in the Med, you're getting some from 3rd Fleet in San Diego, something from 7th Fleet, there's some there, and we can use our communication tools and our leverage and our chain of command to bring things to light that haven't been brought to light, maybe got missed by the acquisition system, and get that foot in the door for those. And then, of course, strategic communications and engagement, as Naval X and as all of our defense innovation, communicating what we do and how we do it is critically important, and then engaging with industry at events like this. And then part of strategic engagement, I'll also say, is making sure we're engaged with our local Congress, with the Hill, and with senior leaders of the Navy. And we have a new Secretary of the Navy, as those know, and so we're working with the SecNav staff and at the highest levels to ensure that what we're doing is supportive of the Secretary and his vision for going ahead. For key focus areas, I'll just cover very quickly before I go to questions. We're a small group. That's the point I want to make there. We don't have a lot. We have tech bridge directors, but they're also all bootstrapping. So that's how we roll. But we leverage the power of our network to move things forward. I've really hit a lot of these other ones on how do we create more agility? How do we drive more agility through the core of the Navy to make them better? How do you define success? This is something I'm working with, actually, a company out of San Francisco that does Fortune 500 work. How do you define success and changing culture? What are the metrics for that? Because it's a little bit touchy-feely, right? But there are metrics you can use to know if we're actually moving the needle. Are we actually changing culture or not? And I've really hit the others on breaking silos, driving change, and of course, moving and improving our deal flows. We get deals through the Naval X Tech Bridge ecosystem. So the quote I see down here about that's from a conversation I had with Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, when I was a fellow, and I asked how he changed Microsoft. And he says every CEO I've talked to has said this, is everyone wants to create these innovation cells just to kind of be cool. But that's just cool. That's innovation theater. That's being cool by association. If you really want to make change, it has to be driven from the top and adopted through the core of the organization to be successful. And that's the philosophy we have at Naval X, is really building that ground up support, but having that senior level advocacy to drive change. And it's not about Naval X being great, but for our efforts to change the Navy and who they are, and the Navy and how we operate is really what our goal is. So with that, I'll stop sharing and really take the last few minutes that we have here to just take some questions that you may have. All right, so let's see. It looks like we have a question. Let me see if I can figure out how to see my question. Okay, so question. Let's see, is what metrics do we have that indicate how much faster evolving tech is getting out to warfighters since Naval X started? And once again, that goes back to, that's the challenge, right? Is how much faster is it going? And the answer is we really haven't moved the needle much yet. Naval X has been around for about 2 years. And one of the challenges that we have is, and I think every innovation cell has mentioned this, is you need resources, people, and authority to really move things. And at Naval X, we have borrowed people, we have a small amount of resources, and we don't have a lot of authority. So everything we have to do is through influencing, right? And so right now, it's the acquisition system is doing the acquisition system, right? And so we got a long ways to go. But what I can say is that leadership is aware, and we're all aware that we need to move faster, but we need to crack that code. And I think cracking the code, when it comes down to it, is who are the folks that are the ones that are actually doing the buying, and those are the program offices. And a lot of that challenge has to do with, you said it's complicated. You got Congress involved, resourcing requirements involved. So it's a work in progress, and we're going to get there. But I do think with the way we're approaching this unmanned task force, which is a new cross-functional team, all right, it's a new way of doing business. It's a way to really move faster, to get through the walls that we've seen happen because of the bureaucratic processes in place right now. But no, it's a wicked problem, and I think when you look at good news stories on how we've been able to move faster, I think particularly what you've seen with AFWorks on SBIR phase 1s and 2s, and DIU on the higher TRL stuff using adaptive acquisition, as in OTAs and commercial solution offerings. I think those are really good. And so what we're doing right now is how do we go in and take something like a CSO and get more Navy folks to use it? And that's part of our role. And I think I am right at time. I got 40 seconds. I'll give it 40 seconds if anything else comes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that amazing overview and welcome message, Captain. Sir, I think you stated the critical thing at the very beginning. This takes time and relationships. Capital Factory and Fed Supernova are facilitating those key concepts here in Austin. And we're excited to connect with you and this amazing Navy team. I also like your comment about there's no shortage of problems in the fleet. As a former surface warfare officer, I completely agree with that. And now, as a member of the tech community here in Austin, I see a lot of potential solutions to help tackle those problems. Next up, we have a keynote speech on naval agility from the Chief of Naval Research of the Office of Naval Research, Rear Admiral Lauren C. Selby. Let's kick it over to the Admiral. Sir?
Hey, Brian. Thank you very much. Hey, it is great to be with everybody today. I wish I could be actually down in Austin at the Capital Factory. Been down there before. It's been a few years, but I will hopefully get back again maybe sometime early next year. Okay, so I am the Chief of Naval Research. In that role, I run the Naval Research Enterprise. What does that mean? That's the Office of Naval Research, which is where I'm sitting right now, headquarters here in Arlington, Virginia. That's the Naval Research Laboratory, which is across the river in Anacostia, DC. And ONR Global, which has a presence at various consulates and embassies around the globe. And then also another organization, PMR 51, which does specialized work for me and for the Navy Marine Corps team. That enterprise is really responsible for the early science and technology money for the Navy. That's early R&D money. That's everything from the grants we provide to colleges and universities to do basic research. So studying a phenomenology in a laboratory, some scientific principle, everything from physics to AI, quantum, biotech, all kinds of different areas we're looking at. Those, again, are grants that are done in university laboratories. Eventually, they get to a point where we look at them and either say, hey, there's something navally relevant there, or there's not. And if there's not, we probably at that point either end the work or put a bow on it, or we give it to somebody who maybe it is relevant to. Maybe it's relevant to NIH or the NSF or maybe Army or Air Force. For those things that have naval relevance, so Naval, Navy, and Marine Corps, they have relevance for one of those equities. We might decide to continue funding with different types of funding to now take the technology, or the phenomenology, and develop into an actual technology, which could actually have some application for a sailor or a Marine somewhere in the world. That work is done at laboratories, at contract sites, at warfare centers around the country. And eventually we get to a point where we bring the TRL level up to about 5 or 6. And at that point, we're looking to transition it to someone who can put it in their system, on their ship, in the backpack of a Marine, wherever it might go. And so that now is a partnership we have to make with someone else to make that deal, to pull that technology into that application. That is the ubiquitous valley of death that people talk about. I jokingly call it the mode of despair, but that is the valley. That's where that happens. And that's an area where I'm spending some resources on. And actually Naval X, you just talked to Captain Ben Buskirk, they're a key enabler in actually helping to tie both ends of that valley and try to figure out ways to flow tech across that in a more seamless way. And so anyway, that's kind of what I do in total. What's my view on kind of where we sit today? So I truly believe we're kind of at a tipping point. I think that all of you, very much like me, kind of sense that technology is racing at a breakneck pace, towards us. Our daily lives have become highly complex. We have more things in our inboxes and in our to-do list than we really have hours in the day to do. So we have to make choices. We have to make decisions on what we're going to focus on, what we're not. I don't know about you. And maybe it's because I'm a control freak, but I like to kind of have control of a lot of everything. That's really not possible. Maybe it never was, but it's certainly not possible today because, again, the complexity in the world that we live has gotten to the point where No one individual or even one entity, one organization, or even one country can really at this point solve all of these problems and really have a handle on all these things. So what does that mean? I think this is probably a repeating pattern in history, and even back to our early roots, a couple 100,000 years ago. I think we probably got to points where we got, mentally full. We got to a point where we were kind of tapped out at the end of the day, at the end of the week. And then along came a technology that actually unburdened us and allowed us to actually progress to the next level of development. The most probably pertinent example to kind of this group is probably the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. I've talked about this in many other discussions I give, but that was kind of when we perfected a machine to do the work of not just one human, but many humans. Okay. And that was the steam engine. Clearly we did things prior to that. We figured out how to, take a mule and have it plow your field by towing a plow behind it. That was good. That was impressive. But until you actually were able to take a machine that you can now scale up and produce, the output of hundreds of human beings, that really was where you got a tremendous impact. And that gave us back a very critical part of our day. And that was just the white space to think, to ponder, and really to do what humans do, which is to solve bigger and better problems. So that is what technology has done in the past. And again, there are many. You can go throughout history. I mean, there's many examples. You can think about when we figured out the wheel, when we figured out the Gutenberg press, when we figured out, obviously, the steam engine. We learned to fly. I mean, all these different things solve some other unique problem that we had. I think this is kind of, maybe just because I'm living in it, but I do think this one is maybe a little different because, again, the pace of change is getting so rapid that we're really kind of on this, I think, kind of precipice of what side are we gonna end up on. Okay, there's the one side where it results in kind of chaos. There's the other side where we kind of tap into the good technologies to help us, once again, alleviate some of the burdens on our mind, give us more free white space to think and ponder and go to the next level. That's where I like to think we're going to go. And again, I think historically that's where we have tended to gone. There's always been kind of a step the other way where the technology has driven us to a more nefarious place. That happens, but over time, the betterment of humanity has always kind of won out and allowed us to kind of continue that technological progress in an upward trend. That's where I think we'll go. Again, I do think there's maybe some rocky roads ahead, and whether it's things like artificial intelligence that helps unburden our minds from some of the complicated, more automated functions of our life that a machine actually can do better than us, but would still give us back some space to do other things. I think all those things are happening all around us. As a member of the DoD and the U.S. Navy, I guess what I would tell you is I think I see that happening more effectively in my personal life. When I think about my iPhone or my kids' Android devices, it is happening there very rapidly, fairly seamlessly. I don't even really think anymore about the updates. They just happen at night, and I don't think about it unless it's a critical one in which they push at you and say, update this now. Otherwise, it just happens. And I think that is where we want to be in our work lives. And it's not just DoD. I think other parts of industry, while some are doing far better than others, I think there's parts of industry that also struggle. And I do think that that is indicative of what I would like to talk about first here, which is organizations that do execution well, whether that's making automobiles, making donuts, or even making warships. You get tuned to doing that execution function very well. And while it may start out rocky over time. And when you have, in the case of our shipbuilding industry, for instance, when you have decades to kind of get after that, you tend to get pretty good. Now, are there issues, problems along the way? Yep, absolutely. Could it be better? Yep, it could always get better. But for the most part, when you get into an execution mindset of making something, I think what happens is you specialize, you become somewhat stovepiped, and you become really good at execution. What happens, though, is that because you tend to be kind of head down on the problem all the time, you're not head up looking around at what others are doing, whether it's other companies, other nations, other competitors. And as a result of that, you tend to get locked into solving your today problems. There's a problem on my production line. There's a problem with welding. There's a problem with supply chain. I've got to solve for my execution machine. And as a result of that, if you're not careful, will quickly find yourself to be on the losing end of the cost curve or the warfare curve, whatever curve you're on. You're going to be on the wrong side of that. And so you have to have an entity that can always be thinking about disruptive thoughts, about innovation, about taking tech and putting it into some existing things, or maybe even some new things. And that's what an organization like O&R does. The problem you have is, depending upon kind of where that organization sits, it may or may not have a good pathway to flow those techs into your corporation. If you look at the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ, I mean, you're going to see that historically, until about 30 years ago, the companies that got on that, the top 10 list of those companies had been there for 50 or more years, maybe 100 years in the case of some companies. Today, what you're going to find is that just in the last 30 years alone, that has totally changed, where now you will see that there are new companies added to that list, if not every year, at least every couple years. And the list that you have today looks far different than the list we had even 10 years ago and even 10 years prior to that. And that is because, again, the technology is racing ahead quickly. There's a lot of disruptive thoughts and technologies being injected into the system. And that is resulting in tremendous change. And that change is what's driving a lot of that kind of uncomfortable feeling that I think a lot of us have, kind of looking around, feeling all these changes coming, wondering kind of where it's all going to end up. And so to get after that, you have to have this organization that kind of sits outside the lifelines, that's looking at these technologies and thinking through, where's the tech going? Where are we going? And how do we marry the two together to actually take advantage of those technologies in a way that will allow this organization, whatever the organization is, to remain relevant? And that, again, is something that we endeavor to do at this organization. O&R has been around since 1946, so this actually is our 75th anniversary year. It's our 75th birthday, as it were. And we've been having all kinds of celebrations throughout the year, unfortunately, mostly virtual because of COVID. But 75 years ago, on August 1st, 1946, President Truman signed in the law, Public Law 588, which established the Office of Naval Research. That came out of an idea that was developed in World War II by Vannevar Bush. And Vannevar Bush had been a dean at MIT when the war got started, left that job, came to DC, and worked directly for President Roosevelt in the Office of Scientific Research and Development. And that OSRD organization was this kind of disruptive, outside-the-box organization that was looking to figure out how to take new technologies and get them to the warfighters rapidly. And again, it was linked directly to senior leadership. It had its own budget. It had autonomy to do crazy things. It failed a lot, but it succeeded enough that it was able to turn the tide on World War II. That is kind of the model from which O&R was established in 1946. And then a few years later came the National Science Foundation and others. But O&R was really the lead government organization that came out of World War II to establish an S&T entity to develop that technology and always try to stay ahead so we can make sure our sailors and soldiers, Marines, airmen are never in a fair fight. Okay, so that's kind of critically important to our function, and that remains relevant today. I do think it's a little different today. So when I came in last year, I asked guys, "Wait, what's our function?" And everybody said, "Wait, we're about the future of naval power." And I do think that's what we're about, but I like to reframe it. And so I talk about reimagining naval power. And I think there's a distinct difference because I think today we have a unique opportunity because technology is where, the state of technology has gotten to the point where it is today, that I think we could actually rewrite the rules on the future of, again, everything from business to warfare by adopting the right technologies in the right way, marrying them with the right humans and operators to achieve, I think, incredibly decisive advantage if we do this right. And again, every company out there is also trying to do similar things, and that's how companies stay relevant. They take whatever new tech is coming along the pike, and they figure out ways to adapt that to their business model and provide something of service to the consumer. It's really no different for us. We're trying to provide things of value to the warfighter so they can maintain an advantage, whether it's a deterrent advantage or a decisive offensive advantage if required against an adversary. And that's a lot of what we do. Let's go ahead and go to the first slides here. Just riffing away here. This is just a little bit of our history. And so, again, look back at the bottom left there. Starts with Naval Research Lab. So NRL actually has been around almost 100 years. Here in 2023, we'll be celebrating its 100th anniversary, its 100th birthday. Right now, she's 98 years old. But NRL, again, is a part of my enterprise. But it actually precedes even the Office of Naval Research itself. That is the Navy's corporate laboratory. And again, it's here in D.C., in Anacostia, and sits right across the river from where I am right here. But you can kind of just go through this list and look at the different things. I mean, from radar to advancements with nuclear submarines. Alvin is a mini submarine that, believe it or not, is still in operation today. But you can see back here, Alvin in service 1964. That mini submarine has done all kinds of amazing research on the seabed. And in fact, we have upgraded the sphere, which is where the humans sit. It has a new sphere, and that sphere is rated to go to 4,500 meters. And so we're actually in a process of upgrading that to go to 6,500 meters right now. And that will allow us to reach pretty much 98% of the world's deepest depths of the oceans. Not the Marianas Trench deep, but again, about 98% of the world's oceans bottoms will be reachable by Alvin. So that capability, we did a lot of work with GPS, gallium nitride. I mean, if you have an LED TV or any kind of a high tech electronics, you have gallium nitride as part of what you have. That was something that this research enterprise was a part of developing back in the 60s. Lasers, we did a lot of work with what was called the maser, and that became the laser. We have lasers on ships today, and that work was started by grants that we gave to a gentleman named Charles Towns at Columbia University back in the 50s, actually, for that one. And you can see that obviously it took many years to get that to a point where we put on a ship. Some of that was technology driven, but a lot of that was just kind of desire driven. And sometimes those don't always match up. What is the needs of the fleet versus what is the technological capability? They don't always marry up. And this is a case where it took a little longer, but we now have lasers that are actually going on ships. So you could see a tremendous amount. You can see, I think ONR funded the technology that finds Titanic. Robert Ballard, retired Robert Ballard, is one of our primary principal researchers. He's been with us a long time. In fact, he was on a webcast I did a month or so ago to celebrate our 75th anniversary. So you could see this. I'm not going to go through the whole list here, but a lot of stuff is on here. Let's go to the most recent stuff on here, though. You can see that Naval X, established in 2019. That was obviously Captain Van Buskirk, who just preceded me in his discussion. But also you can see there, we've got these tech bridges now that Naval X is shepherding across the globe now with London and all over the United States. And then doing a lot of work with STEM. So I'm also the Naval STEM executive. And I do believe that science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And I'm not against arts, so STEAM, I'm not against it, but I'm focused on the technology, engineering, and math piece because of kind of what I do here. That is, I think, a tremendous area of concern. We just don't develop enough and produce enough STEM talent that are U.S. citizens that can actually get clearances to work for places like ONR. That's something that's we're really trying to take a turn on that, trying to reinvigorate the whole STEM system, trying to utilize virtual means as well as in-person means to conduct internships and co-ops to get kids interested in STEM, but also more importantly, to keep them interested and provide them mentorship to pull them when they maybe have a down semester and they get discouraged, try to keep them focused on it. Not trying to make kids that aren't STEM kids, but for those that are STEM kids, we lose far too many because either they get discouraged along the way, they don't see opportunity, or in a lot of cases, they don't see people that look like them in more senior positions. And so we're trying to really turn the tide on that because I do think that's an incredibly important area of focus that we have to get after. You also see on here something that says IBP 21 at the very top right of this graphic. So that's Integrated Battle Problem 21. So back in April of this year, we ran an exercise in the Southern California Opera off San Diego, where we brought in about 29, 30 autonomous systems to work independently, as well as in harmony with some manned platforms, ships, submarines, and aircraft, to show what these systems could do in an operationally relevant environment, looking for other ships, looking for other contacts, providing targeting data. It was an eye-watering exercise. We learned a great deal. A lot of that's going into some of the research we're doing in other areas to just continue to refine those capabilities. If you look at the future of warfare, I do think that by mid-century, you're going to see a much larger percentage of our force that is autonomous. You're still going to have a lot of manned platforms, but I contend that you're going to have a lot of autonomous, and eventually you'll have more autonomous than not. And they will be working some independently, some in concert with, again, a manned platform. But I think that shift is actually underway now. We're at the very beginning of that wave. That will continue for the foreseeable future. So there's a whole host of issues with that, from everything from autonomy, rules of the road, algorithms to make sure that the vessel can operate safely on the high seas with other platforms, to some of the systems and sensors that are on those platforms. Taking some advice from some Silicon Valley folks several months back. They told me, whatever we do with autonomous systems, let's make sure it's more about the software than the hardware. And I think that's definitely right. It should be less about how exquisite the platform is, the autonomous platform is, and it should be more about how exquisite the analytics are on the back end that are looking at the data to go find the signal and the noise, whatever it is you're looking for. I mean, you want to get after it with the software and aggregate whatever the sensor data is, bring it back to a central location, and really apply the analytics to it. And so that's something we're trying to do with some initiatives we got underway. So a lot of great work that we're doing across a whole host of spectrums. Let's go to the next slide. So this is a slide that I love to talk about. This is the CANIFIN. It's pronounced CANIFIN, CYNEFIN, CANIFIN framework. A gentleman named David Snowden, who was an IBM researcher, put this out probably maybe 20 years ago. If you Google CANIFIN framework Snowden, like a short 10-minute video will come up where he kind of explains this. But I contend that we live mostly in the top left quadrant, which is complex. We wish we lived in the top right or bottom right quadrants, but we really don't. Maybe episodically we're in one of those for certain aspects of our job or our lives, but for the most part, we're kind of in the top left. Problem you have is if you're not sure which block you're in, the actions you take can actually be detrimental. So let's take the top right, for example, in the complicated world. So, and actually, let me read you something. So there's a book I just finished reading called Range. Okay, this was a great read, David Epstein. And one of the things he says in here, and he doesn't talk about CANIFIN, but as I read this, I'm like, this is CANIFIN. And so one of the things he talks about in here, and this is what I think he means by, I think this is the complicated world. Patterns repeat over and over, and feedback is extremely accurate and usually very rapid. Okay, so in the complicated world, you have a problem that occurs. You sense the problem with whatever sense you've got. Maybe it's temperature is going up, or maybe you sense water on the deck. You analyze the problem. And after you analyze it, you've kind of categorized it in your brain, and you now say, okay, I need to respond because water on the floor is flooding. I need to respond to flooding by shutting valves, turning on the pumps to get rid of the water. The temperature is rising uncontrollably. I need to turn off the system, or maybe it's a fire. I got to put out the fire. So you sense, you then analyze the situation, and then you respond based upon kind of good practices, expertise that you've gained over a career, over your job experience. That's one world. Okay. The other world is complex. Okay. And you can see cause and effect are only coherently in retrospect and do not repeat. And so one thing they say in the book Range, which I think is a good description of this, David Epstein calls complex world. He calls them wicked domains or wicked problems. And in this wicked problem, the rules of the game are often unclear or incomplete. There may or may not be repetitive patterns, and they may not be obvious. And feedback is often delayed, inaccurate, or both. So in most devilishly wicked learning environments, experience will reinforce the exact wrong lessons. So that's actually, I think, a pretty, I think that's pretty apropos to our current situation that we find ourselves in. Deep expertise in any one area, whether it's some engineering field or some scientific field or even some liberal arts field. Deep expertise in one field, while good for doing that thing, whatever that expertise thing is, nuclear engineering. When you get into complex worlds, what you find is you're now bridging many different domains of problems. It's cross-disciplinary. And as a result of that, if you utilize your expertise from your single domain exclusively, you can find yourself very quickly actually making the other parts of the problem worse. And you can then fool yourself into thinking maybe part of the problem is getting better when in fact the entire problem set is getting worse. So what this book is actually getting after is that people that actually have broader experience, so T-shaped people instead of I-shaped people, broader experience actually are better tuned to living in a complex world because again, you have enough insights in different areas, but not too deep that you're now able to kind of crosswalk these different issues and really kind of get after areas that you can actually apply pressure to actually make the situation better and not worse. So it's very interesting read, very interesting idea. And that gets after some of my thinking about how artificial intelligence might be able to help us with some of these wicked problems in the future. And part of my thinking is that you have to dissect the problem and you have to allow the machine to go after what I would call the complicated parts, the parts that are very repeatable, are very formula driven, things that machines do really well. Let the machine do that to kind of allow more brain capacity to focus on the wicked part of the problem, where really the human is better suited to solve those problems, at least in today's computing environment. Maybe someday that'll change, but I don't think yet. And better yet, when you team the two together, when you bring both of these together, the machine and the human brain together, you get even better performance. And that's been proven in a bunch of gaming situations, but I think that's also would apply to business, would apply to warfare as well. And then the bottom left is chaos. Chaos is like 9/11, right? It's a black swan event. You couldn't predict it, but in this kind of world, you have to act decisively. Then you sense, then you respond. So think about 9/11. You get the first plane goes into the tower, second plane goes in, quickly realizes this is not an accident. This is a deliberate act. So you take decisive action. Land every plane in North American airspace now. So act right now. Act. Do it decisively. And then you sense: are there any other attacks? Are there any other planes that are flying around? I mean, I'm not talking about the Pentagon or Pennsylvania that had already happened. You sense, okay, nothing else is happening. You respond. Slowly restore the bridges in and out of New York City, in and out of DC, and over the course of days, restore airplanes in airspace. That's chaos. Okay, that's the black swan events. And unfortunately, we have those, at a higher frequency than we have in the past. I think. I mean, that's also the world we live in. But again, the point of this is you have to kind of know where you are in this domain, or else you can act in a way that actually makes the problem set worse. Okay, I think that's the last slide there. Okay, go back to the first. Just go back to the 75th anniversary slide there you go. Right, one more, right there. Okay, I think looking at my watch here, I think what I'd like to do now is actually I'd like to entertain your questions. I mean, I've given you a lot there, but I really like to hear what's on your mind, and let's go from there. All right, here we go. Are you using Agile and Scrum methodology for acquisition of these new products? Yeah, in some areas we are. I wouldn't say it's like baked in everything we do. It's not, but in some areas we are. In fact, I had a great conversation with my Royal Navy friends, and they are actually training Scrum, kind of wholesale across their force. So I'm going to actually get my Naval X team actually to take some of these courses to see what they think, see what we can do with it. So are we using it everywhere? No. Are we using it in some areas? Yeah, absolutely. There's certain parts of the ecosystem where this is actually being used. So, but yeah, thanks for the question. Cynefin, Cynefin, is the Cynefin model. I don't know what that means, but it's called the Cynefin framework. And it's, again, Cynefin framework. If you just Google that, David Snowden, you can watch the video, but it's a framework. I don't know if it's a model. It's really more of a framework. Next. I know you got questions out there. There you go. AI battle problem. Well, in fact, so AI is obviously an area where a lot of folks are looking at, and there's a lot of probably overhype with AI, as with a lot of new technologies that come along. But we are actually looking at ways to utilize some aspects of AI. AI is not like it doesn't like do everything. It's usually very case specific. You got to focus on the right problem. Not every problem is an AI kind of problem, but we are in fact looking at how to utilize some algorithms to go after some problem sets. And so there's a continuing series of experiments in the unmanned arena that are going to happen over the course of the next year. Some will have some more focus on AI than others. The thing I've been talking about, we're trying to bring in a number of attritable autonomous systems with sensors and bring the data back to a facility where I can then apply analytics to it. Some of that will, of course, be some AI analytics. Not all, but some aspects of it will be utilizing AI to go after maybe trying to find certain targets or certain characteristics, or find something that it's not like the other things in the picture, as it were. Will Naval also work with SpaceWorks, as the Navy is also a major part? Yeah. So, SpaceWorks, AFWorks, yeah. So NavalX already does, and they have routine interactions, phone calls, Zoom calls with their other counterparts. I don't know about SpaceWorks per se. AFWorks definitely. I'm not even sure how mature SpaceWorks is at this point. U.S. Navy is a major partner in space, and just so you know, my Naval Research Laboratory does a tremendous amount of work for the Air Force, for NOAA, for NASA, and for now Space Force. And so we are actually a big part of the R&D S&T ecosystem that supports space. And we have, in fact, we've been doing that from the very beginning. Naval Research Laboratory was there at the very start. So yes, that will continue. And again, I don't know specifically what the state of play as SpaceWorks is. I don't even know if it's formally been stood up yet, but we do already have relations with AFWorks, and that will continue. And I assure you that if SpaceWorks joins the band here, we'll be all together on similar calls in the future. Because again, like a lot of things, this is a very, there's a lot of issues, a lot of areas that cross services, cross different technologies, cross different services. And a lot of what we end up doing is trying to connect the dots between different entities. It's that team of teams concept that's that General McChrystal talks about in his books. How do you establish that team of teams? Some of it is via formal relationships, formal networks, but a lot of that is actually informal networks where you actually establish relationships, and you think to call, Joan when you've got an issue that's a space related one, because Joan works at SpaceWorks. You call her what you got because it may be something that may be interesting to her or someone else. So anyway, that's very important that we do that. So the answer to this will be yes. I guess I can also read over here the questions over here. See if I can see them. There, here we go. How does ONR plan to address the growing threat of UASs in the battle space? What is the preferred counter UAS? Well, I mean, there's a whole host of methods, and I'm not going to talk specifics, but I mean, some you can think about. I mean, you can actually go up and physically touch them with something, whether it's a projectile related or it's something that goes up and flies up and touches it, maybe puts a net on it. And there's other ways you can use other parts of the spectrum to engage these things. So yeah, absolutely, we're looking at this, and there's many systems that we're testing in the laboratory as well as in the field. So that will continue to be something we look at. I think it's pretty obvious that these things are not going away. Between commercial uses, whether it's looking for forest fires or following pipelines or some other application that a military might use, they are here to stay. And I think that it's in our best interest to think about what does the world look like with these proliferating everywhere. How do you use them to your advantage, and what do you have to do differently to counter them or to avoid being within their range of observation, whatever their sensor might be. So yeah, it's definitely something we look at continuously. It's a growth industry. No, you beat me to it. Oh, back to Canefin. Yeah, so I think the best practice in the moment, I mean, if you look at each of those blocks, Go back to the Canvas slide, please. If you can put the slides back up. If you go back to the blocks, they all have sense somewhere in there. Some are at the beginning and some are kind of in the middle. And the reason, if you think about the complex world, the reason it's second, because of the complexity of the situation, the cross-domain nature of the problem set, you have to actually perturbate the system. You have to push on the balloon, and you got to see what then have to sense what it does. And in doing that, you actually get a representation of what the different issues might be. The first couple, the obvious one, I mean, this is like the little kid who sees someone put a block on a table, and then someone puts 2 blocks next to it on the table, and the kid immediately starts thinking in his head, well, that's 1, 2, it's 3 blocks. 1 + 2 is 3. I mean, you're sensing, categorizing your head. Well, I know math, 1 and 2, that's 3. And then you respond. The complicated world, you sense, and because it's a known domain, you know that if it's water on my floor under the sink, I got a leak, and I can either fix it myself or I call a plumber. You call the subject matter expert. So that's sense, analyze says it's a leak, and they're responding by calling the plumber or fixing it myself. In the complex, you got to probe the system, because the nature of the problem is such that if you just start acting, sensing and acting based upon even your intuition, you might be off. But if you probe the system in some way, you somehow perturbate the system in some way, whether it's physically or by asking questions, or you actually can then elicit responses that can then help you get to the right response. And then chaos, because it's so chaotic, you have to take decisive action or it just runs away from you. And again, this is why, for instance, as a submariner, we do a lot of training on things like flooding. Flooding is bad on a submarine. And so you train on this repeatedly. And so when flooding happens, there are immediate actions that you take just based upon, they're ingrained in your head because you've done it so many times in practice that when it happens, there's just absolutely no question. You know exactly what to do. And I mean, I could kind of repeat it all right now. I won't, because some of it I probably don't want to share. But there are things you do immediately. Fire, the same thing. You have an immediate response. If you don't, it gets out of control. It runs away from you too quickly. And so that action is critical. That decisive action is critical. And a lot of times, that one, because you're not exactly sure, your action might actually not be the right action, but what it may end up doing is revealing what the right response now needs to be, and then you take that action. So anyway, that's a lot, but very fascinating subject. Next question, please. Okay, so we actually have a digital engineering, it's a community of practice, I think is what we call it. So we are actually trying to work to kind of bring together the ecosystem of folks across the Department of the Navy that are working on digital engineering. There's a lot of great work going on, and I'm finding that there's just pockets of excellence in a lot of places. What I have yet to find is really pulling the entire thread together. And so if anybody has heard me brief when I was the chief engineer, I used to talk a lot about the digital thread. I had this kind of circular thing that everybody started calling the Selby swoosh. And it basically looks at the entire domain of, when you're trying to design a new ship. So you have a concept formulation phase, and we have some great digital tools to do that. When you get into kind of contract level design or even detailed design, you got some really high-end CAD CAM tools that you do that. And then when you get into building, you've got some great build tools that are based in the shipyards that know how to link the digital design to the lathe that's going to make the part, or to the machine that's going to make the widget. That we have pretty well mapped. And then when you get to operations, we're starting to actually develop digital twins for different components that we can actually use to monitor the operation of the real component, and then look for divergence between the real component and the twin. And then that drives you to some kind of a maintenance action. So we're getting better at that. And that's kind of a beginning phase that's actually started to build up. What we don't do is we don't do a good job of bringing these all together. And so it's often the case that you'll actually, in one part of those spheres of the design kind of build operate phase, you actually end up kind of redoing the model, rebuilding the model instead of having a continuous thread. And I recognize that's oversimplistic. It's not all going to flow perfectly. It's not going to be one continuous thread, but we can do a far better job of linking the right parts of this together. And that's where we're trying to drive the broader DON to that kind of a concept. And NavalX is actually helping kind of at least get that thinking going, get that discussion going across the ecosystem. What is the next offset strategy? Yeah, this is like the question. What if there's one technology you could focus on? What would it be? Look, there's not one technology. You have to look across many technologies, or else you're going to find yourself betting on the wrong. It's like anybody knows Betamax and VHS. It's like picking Betamax. Pick Betamax, and next thing you know, the whole world changes to VHS. And of course, that's changed freaking 100 times since then with CDs, Blu-ray, and now on streaming on demand. So you got to very carefully. You don't want to single up all lines. So I don't. What's the next offset strategy? There's a bunch. Does it have to do with autonomous systems? Probably. Does it have to do with some form of AI? Probably. Does it have to do with some way of helping the human characterize problems like the Canefin framework? Does it help me maybe get rid of some of the complicated stuff, takes that out of the picture, so I now free my brain to do the things the brain does well, which is kind of abstract thinking, knitting a whole bunch of different things together? Probably. Is that one thing that I'm going to tell you is my offset strategy for the future? No, I'm gonna be doubling down on a lot of these different areas, because I think there's a piece of all of those that are going to be important to helping us solve these hard problems in the future. So again, I'm not going to get ahead of anybody in the DoD or administration who are putting together their plans. But I would tell you have to very, very carefully, before singling up all lines on any one thing, you want to make sure you've got a very broad base and you're really covering down on a bunch of different bets. And again, that's what I do. I mean, a lot of what I do, especially in the basic research areas, is I am actually looking at a host of technologies that, when you see them face value, you may not see that there's a naval application, because there may not be yet. We haven't actually developed it far enough yet. But I can guarantee you this: if I don't work on it today, and no one works on it today, you'll have nothing tomorrow. And so that's why we try to spread the portfolio around very carefully, to be looking at all kinds of different issues. This must be a long question. Typing in. Oh, okay. My watch here. Wow, you guys. I know there's questions out there. All right, let me hold on a second here. You guys keep thinking. I'm looking for something else I want to share with you. All right, so so one of the other themes that comes out of this book range, and again, I'm harping on this one because I just finished it like 2 days ago. One of the things it talks about is the the difference between decision making and sense making. Okay, and so and this is the author here. So if I make a decision, it's a possession. I take pride in it. I tend to defend it and not listen to those who question it. Okay, that's key. If I make sense, then this is more dynamic, and I listen and I can change it. So there's a huge difference. It may be a kind of a nuance, but when you really think about that, decision making versus sense making. Sense making is, I think, where we want to be, and I think that utilizing algorithms, and again, some may be AI based, some maybe not, to help the human eliminate the noise, the chaff, so you can really focus on the thing that you're trying to make sense of. I think there's something in that. There's a kernel in that, and I think that's something that I would ask this team to think through. How do we get after that? Because I think it's more nuanced, but I think that's really important. We talk a lot about wanting AI to help us, make key decisions in battle or in business. Okay, maybe, but I think that's too grandiose of a thing to try to go after. I think we ought to focus this down on what are the things we can do to just help the human being make sense of the situation, so you can then maybe at some point make that decision, because you still ultimately have to make a decision that you are going to own. But along the way, you don't want to make that too soon with so much noise that it's misguided and maybe it gets you in the wrong quadrant of the Canefin framework, for instance. So I think that's key. One other thing here that I'll share with you. So I'm doing a lot of thinking about kind of the way we're structured and the way organizations, that as I talked to at the beginning, get in this execution mode. When you get into that mode, oftentimes you tend to bury good ideas within the belly of the beast, as it were. And that's because, again, you're so tuned to delivering your thing on schedule and cost, at the performance spec that you've developed, that a lot of times those new ideas are threatening. They're considered disruptive, threatening in a way that it could actually throw you off schedule or throw you off cost or change things in a way that are going to make that producibility function, if you're producing something, that much harder. That's a problem we've got to figure out, because I do find that a lot of times that valley of death, again, I jokingly call it the motor despair. I call it that because I think a lot of times the PEOs that are trying to do those really hard builds of complex things are trying to keep those things on cost, schedule, performance. New idea comes in and they dig that moat faster the more audacious the idea is that's coming in, because it's threatening. It is threatening and disruptive. They build the moat, they fill it with water, and throw alligators in it to boot. So that's something we got to figure out. And again, this is where I think NavalX is helping some in the area, building those relationships on both sides, trying to build more trust. We're not trying to disrupt you for the just sake of disrupting you. We're trying to disrupt because we think this is something really impactful that can actually change the world, change your slice of the world. So that's an area where we're trying to actually really look at that and make sure we're tuned appropriately. I think that's an area where we need some tuning to kind of tighten that thing up. I think that's true across industry. I mean, there's very few points in industry that really have got this right and can repeatedly do this year after year after year. There's a lot of parts in industry where they're not able to do this, and they are quickly becoming irrelevant, and in some cases going out of business. So that's an area where I put a little mental thought. All right, what did that? I'm sure that spurred a couple. I saw somebody typing away over there on the right, so that spurred any additional questions. All right. Is there an equal push in the Navy for hypersonics as exists at the Air Force? Yeah, I think. Yeah, and actually, we team with the Air Force. We're very closely teamed with the Air Force on this, and so yeah, there's definitely an equal push, and because we work with the Air Force and other parts of the DoD, we're working with them on some areas that we think are things they should just do, and we'll watch other parts that we're looking at that, because again, there's a naval relevance to it, we're looking at. Example I used recently on another discussion, aircraft. So a lot of aircraft development is done by the Air Force, but there's also parts of an aircraft that have very unique attributes. One is landing gear. When you land on an aircraft carrier and you have a hook and you have got to slow that airplane down very rapidly, it puts a tremendous amount of stress on the entire airframe as well as the landing gear. That's something that's navally relevant. We look at that and we do that study because that's something they don't need to land in the desert or land on a runway on land. So we do that work. Same thing with corrosion, seawater, sea spray on the flight deck. That's different on, obviously they don't have that in the desert. They've got sand. We've got salt spray. So that's an area where we will do things that are navally relevant. Same thing with hypersonics. So we look carefully at what Air Force and others are doing, and we try to lever what they're doing for things that we need, and they allow us to go off and do things that are navally relevant. So as iteration times on digital technology continue to shrink, how will this change the way owner balances research versus implementation? Yeah, that's an interesting one. And I had this conversation actually yesterday with some of my folks. So you look at things like DevSecOps and the ability to push software, maybe within, days would be nice, maybe minutes one day. But, traditionally it's been, for us, has been, like every year, maybe we push a software patch, maybe. We're trying to get to the point where that's more like your iPhone. It's like every night something gets pushed out. And so that's clearly we need to get there. Okay. And that's not just us. That's really the entire DoD. That's all the industry is trying to get to that same kind of a model. The point that I had in this conversation yesterday was what O&R should be looking at is things that are kind of in the future coming to us, disruptive technologies that are coming, and then maturing those. And then there's a point where like, okay, this is no longer an S&T thing. This is now really just engineering. And so we hand it to a warfare center, we hand it to industry, we hand it to a PEO to put on a ship or platform or put it wherever it goes. As you bring that timeline down to, minutes for deploying software, are we looking far enough ahead? And so once you've kind of get that production engine rolling, that's pushing that software rapidly to wherever it's going, we need to be focused on, okay, what is the algorithms we ought to be looking at that are not mature today that we could provide S&T dollars to go mature. They're going to solve some really hard problem. And then once it's ready, whether that's tomorrow or 3 years from now, we then push it because we've got the production line ready to push that thing out to the ship. So anyway, that's one thought on that question. All right. Wow. Think away. Any questions? All right. No more questions. Well, it's been awesome being with all of you today, and hopefully there's a nugget or two in there, or something that interests you. And if you have any thoughts out there, I'm always looking for outside thing. I do a lot of reading. I do a lot of discussions with folks all the time about kind of what they're thinking about the state of play of technology, impacts on the world, organizational structure. There's a whole host of things that we're trying to solve here at ONR, and can't do it all by ourselves. We have to do this as a team. No question about it.
Thank you very much, Admiral. Looks like I got another book to add to my reading list.
Yeah, there you go.
That's great. Of note, the Cenefin framework was created by David Snowden. You said that in 1999 when he was working with IBM at our Global Business Services. So that brings it a little home.
Oh, there you go. That's right. What am I saying? Of course, one of the hosts here. Yeah,
I love the tie-in.
That's right.
Bring the Navy piece and my IBM piece. I'm having a great time.
Check out that. There's a quick video. I mean, it's like 8 or 9 minutes long, and it kind of. He says what he's thinking as he put that thing together. So
yes, sir. I've already ordered the workbook too.
All right, good.
And I also appreciate you illustrating to the non-military audience members that Naval means Navy and Marine Corps. So that first joint force faces a lot of the same challenges at sea. So any technologies they're thinking about Navy could possibly also apply to the Marine Corps too. So think about that. And then finally, happy birthday to ONR. That's great. I really appreciate
thank you very much. Yeah, 75 years, pretty amazing. And whether we're just getting started, but it's an amazing legacy, amazing history, but a lot of challenges ahead of us, a lot of problems, a lot of challenges, and we're tuned to go help solve those.
Yes, sir. For the rest of us, we're going to take a couple of minute break here, and we'll start back up at 13:40. So 1:40. Thank you very much, sir.
It was important to me to have the sickest lab we could possibly build, and we're kind of going all out with it. We've got some incredible prototyping equipment. We're going to be bringing all that stuff here. We have a 5-axis CNC. We've got water jet. We've got a laser cutter. This is another location for Capital Factory. So all that magic they do with their lunch and learns and their Ask Me Anythings, we'll be able to do those surrounding autonomy and robotics. I've been trying to get in here for 8 or 9 years. Now you get to come join us. It's going to be amazing.
All right, welcome back to the Capital Factory in Austin, Texas. Let's keep this going. Next up, we have the panel, The Cost of Not Pivoting. During this panel, you will have the chance to dive deeper into the threats facing the U.S. industrial base during global competition. In this panel, we have Heather Richmond, founder at the Defense Investor Network, Gene Suchodowski, Director of Innovation Protection Policies for the United States Navy, Office of Naval Research, Captain Colin Supko, Director at the Trusted Capital. Now, I met Colin a few times when I was teaching at the Naval Academy years ago. However, his older brother Mike was my plebe summer squad leader. I owed the Supko family a lot. Good to see you here, Captain. And Andrea Carpenter, Fit Deputy at the United States Navy. Welcome to the stage. Please take it away.
Awesome, Brian. Thank you so much for having us. We have a great group today, and I'm really excited for this discussion. My name is Heather Richmond. I'm based here in Palo Alto, California. I'm part of BM&T and founder of the Defense Investor Network, which is a trusted ecosystem of investors that are national security minded. Colin, go for it. Introduce yourself.
Well, thanks for that great introduction. I don't hold a candle to my brother, but I'm fortunate to be here. So I spent some time in the Navy. Spent some time out in the Valley as an entrepreneur, and now I am the DoD's director of the Trusted Capital Program, living here in Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. It's such an honor to be with this amazing group of panelists. So, over.
Andrea.
Hi, this is Andrea Carpenter. I'm currently in a rotational position over at the Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Research, Development, and Acquisition, and my home command is the Naval Sea Systems Command.
Awesome. And Jane, welcome.
Thank you, Heather. Yes, as mentioned in that kind introduction, I'm currently serving as the Director of Innovation Protection Policies for the U.S. Navy. And in that role, my job is to identify and anticipate emerging technologies and emerging innovations and the risks and opportunities those might present to the DoD, as well as to develop initiatives that protect and help advance our own industrial base.
Awesome. I know, Jean, you're going to start us off with a big picture, kind of a big picture viewpoint. You want to go ahead and get started?
Yeah, sure. So the title of this presentation is The Cost of Not Pivoting, which begs a couple questions. Pivot to what and for what purpose? And so the way the panel is structured today, we're going to start out with some really big picture kind of issues and things. And then as we work our way through the panel, we'll narrow that down to a little more pragmatic focus. And hopefully you'll learn a little bit about what kinds of big picture issues we're worried about and some of the initiatives the DoD and the Navy in particular may be taking to address those particular issues. So next slide, please. So innovation. So let's start with defining what we mean by innovation. That is that process of taking novel ideas and converting them into commercial applications ready for use by others. And innovation has formed a major portion of growth and economic stability in our economy starting since the Civil War. The United States has had the largest economy in the world since the Civil War. And for much of the 20th century, the contribution to that economy from innovation has been greater than 50 to 60%. In some decades, as much as 70%. In the 21st century, we've seen a little bit less of a contribution from innovation to the overall growth of the economy, but still a major contributor. And so innovation is a major driver of our standard of living and our economic stability and our economic competitiveness in the world. And so it's valuable to preserve and protect that innovation ecosystem for at least those reasons. But also, our military depends on innovation and technological superiority for its fighting strength, its agility, its ability to protect power in the world. And so for that reason, innovation is also a key driver of our national security, both from an economic stability perspective, as well as having an advanced and capable military. Well, other nation states have also recognized that about ourselves. And after the Cold War and the Gulf War in particular, a number of them actually wrote major doctrines and treatises that looked at that about our own economy and our own stability as a military and a nation. And so they have actually engaged in strategies and executed doctrines that look to appropriate that innovation system for themselves, for their own purposes, but also to weaken it as a source of maybe influencing their own agendas in the world and making our ability to influence world agendas less pronounced. And so in 2018, in fact, there was a major paper written by the Defense Innovation Unit that looked exactly at the types of things some nation states were doing to try to appropriate our own innovation ecosystem for themselves. And what's important to note about that is many of those techniques were actually not illegal. They were actually legal things that you can do in our economy. And so that's been an emerging trend we've seen with many nation states trying to attack, or not attack, but to focus on our innovation ecosystem as a target of opportunity for themselves and their own agendas. So next slide, please. So our innovation ecosystem is our strength, but also an Achilles heel. And so that discussion is partly a way to explain pivoting for what purpose. And now I'd like to talk a little bit to what end? What can we do? What kinds of things might we be pivoting towards or thinking about? And so here we have a standard technology S-curve, which I'm sure many in the audience may already be familiar with, but for those who may not, this is a standard growth curve for how technology gets introduced and adopted into society. And so at the beginning, we have this emerging technology phase, and there's a lot of chaos, so we don't know which technologies are going to emerge as a thing. And that's followed by a growth stage where those technologies get adopted as innovations and used either commercially or in other non-commercial applications, but they get deployed out into our universe of things we can use and acquire and for ourselves. And in this phase, companies are mostly competing on their ability to provide quick and new and novel technology solutions. So we're not competing on price so much in this phase. And then we get to a mature phase where technologies start to age out and become obsolete. And we start to compete in this moment more on price. Things start to become commodities. And what happens here is that we get a collapse of the supply base as industries kind of consolidate. And that presents its own unique supply chain risks. But if we look at the emergent phase and we look at the growth phase, you can see there's kind of an inflection point where it goes from concave to convex on that curve. And the point I want to make to you about this slide, especially in my role and some of what the panelists are going to talk to you about later, is if you don't have a position in that early stage of that curve, it becomes really hard to regain it or influence how that technology gets deployed in your society later. Once you get past that inflection point, it takes major events like big mergers and acquisitions, major legislation or policy shifts to tilt and orient that maybe in a direction that's more preferable to your own economy or your own ecosystem. So all of you who are participating in emerging technologies aren't just contributing new innovations to us all, but you're also helping us manage all of those issues I talked about earlier. And it's very important that we win these foot races. So what are we kind of doing about that? Well, there are a variety of things that the Navy is doing. We've learned probably some of those. You're going to learn more about them today. Naval X and all of those tech bridge efforts that you may have heard about already and are going to explore in later conversations. Other initiatives by other services to access technology early and to bring it into our ecosystem. Today, I'm speaking to you from the MAC, the Mission Acceleration Center in downtown Seattle. And the MAC is a multi-agency, multi-DoD agency, multi-government agency effort to collaborate with the technology ecosystem here in the Puget Sound to enable our warfighters to seek solutions from non-traditional partners for their needs and problems, but also to help emerging companies and new companies better integrate and figure out how to work with the DoD. So that concludes my brief remarks for today's panel. And now I'd like to turn it over to the other panelists so they can talk about how they're pivoting in the face of these emerging challenges and opportunities. Andrea?
Thanks, Jean. So hi, everyone. Andrea Carpenter again. So Jean did a great job of scene setting for us, basically, and just how important the innovation and these new technologies and new companies and ventures are to the Department of the Navy. More and more we're seeing these dual-use technologies, robotics and artificial intelligence, and the line between what is commercial versus a Department of the Navy need is blurring, and so it's harder to kind of tell apart those things. So things like loss of technology and loss of IP, loss of market share, those are all like scary things to industry, but they're also scary to the Department of the Navy because we are seeing increasing targeted investments where foreign money, adversarial foreign money and influence is coming in and cutting off key supply chains or key access points or influencing companies to make certain decisions. And then it's making it harder and harder for us to do business with companies or to, continue making progress and moving forward. So the focus that I'm going to be talking about today has more to do with that adversarial foreign capital and influence. And just to baseline, not all foreign investment is bad. I mean, foreign investment makes up a huge piece of the United States' GDP. We're an open market capitalistic society. It's just the nature of how we do business. But so I'm talking about specifically that subset of investments that we're seeing from, countries of concern. As an example, I think this underscores part of what Jean was talking about with other nation states basically taking advantage of the systems that we have in place. China has very publicly stated that it's Made in China 2025 plan, where they're going to basically build their technology base and reduce their reliance on foreign produced technology. So what does that mean? They're buying out a lot of technologies that we're interested in potentially. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic really highlighted to people just how interconnected and global our supply chains are, and just how difficult it is to know who's in your supply chain. And we're still dealing with the repercussions today. I mean, the semiconductor shortage is a great example of that. So right now, really the only statutory process that exists today to assess risks associated with this from a national security perspective is the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S., or CFIUS. And this is an interagency group led by Treasury. And so there's a lot of different, it's 9 federal agencies with different, end goals at the end of the day, DOD's being national security. But it's a voluntary process and it has very limited jurisdictions. So at the end of the day, we're kind of left wanting some more proactive solutions and methodologies to assess these risks. And, events such as these and like Jean said, efforts like Naval X, where we're able to really start talking at the innovation level, are critical. Because by the time something hits CFIUS, it's usually too late in the game, and then we're put in a reactive position. Really, we want to get to the point where we're protecting, key pieces of our supply chain and our innovation base before they're targeted. So last year, internally to the Navy, this Foreign Investment Tiger Team was stood up really with the focus on, supply chain illumination, due diligence, and understanding the regulatory framework. It was sort of like a big baselining analysis of how do people do this now? What's out there? And really the end goal of this effort is to develop capabilities to identify, mitigate, and monitor impacts. So we're focusing on some issue areas, again, really looking at processes, due diligence, supply chain illumination. And like I said, this engagement with industry is critical because we can talk to you about what we're concerned about, and we can hear from you, what are realistic solutions and options for us moving forward. So then finally, just to reiterate that, this is not a trend. I think COVID woke a lot of people up, but over the past, few years, we've been seeing more bipartisan support for, executive orders and, changes in how we do, how we do business. And I think moving forward, the Department of the Navy is definitely going to be taking these risks into consideration as we make decisions. So I think my takeaway to you is that we want to make sure that we have, a supply chain and investor capital that's clean. It's free of adversarial influence and money. And that's something that we're going to have to work together on. So I think I'm going to pass it over to Colin.
All right, just getting off of mute. Those were really 2 great briefs. I'm going to dive into something that it's really difficult. and that is the influence piece of foreign ownership control and influence. So we can look at capitalization tables and we can look at corporate records and understand who's sitting on boards, what voting rights they have on those boards, so on and so forth, to understand foreign ownership and control from a contractual perspective. But what's really, really hard to understand is influence. In how many ways does a friend of a friend have influence in some of the most important technology companies that we have? This happens more than people want to talk about because it's part of doing business. If you're not part of the national security space, you wouldn't think twice about helping one of your limited partners that's invested in your venture fund, helping his cousin meet the CEO of one of your portfolio companies. Because why? What's the problem there? I'm helping out somebody who is a part of our investment group, but it's not until we start to bring these things to the attention of folks that are not in the national security space to understand that unless you know who the ultimate beneficial owner is of a favor that you're providing or a investment that you're making, you really have a hard time understanding where is the influence and how is that influence impacting our national security apparatus. So with that, I'll turn it over to Heather. Heather's on mute.
I'm never on mute. Like, I'm always unmuted. So it's very unusual. Colin, thank you. And I'm going to actually kick it back to you for a second to dig in and talk a little bit about what you've been building the last number of months here within the DoD. I know a lot of the concerns that both Andrea and Jean have outlined, you've been tackling these and trying to figure out, how do we actually mitigate? So my question is, what are we doing to protect ourselves? Can you talk a little bit about what you've been working on?
Yeah, first, my hat is off to Undersecretary of Defense for ANS and the industrial policy crew who took a chance on figuring out an innovative way to tackle this problem set. They allowed me to come in, create a strategy and build a minimum viable product, which was a market platform that conducted self-attested due diligence and then set a list of criteria for belonging to an open market in which technology companies could use their entrance into the market as a warm introduction to venture funds that had also gone through a due diligence process to be into the market. So this process, this program has been around almost 8 months. And in 8 months, we have 72 tech companies that have gone and been screened and confirmed to have made it past the criteria and been allowed into the market. We have 20 venture funds, so it's 92 companies. As an entrepreneur, I would say that we're moving up and to the right. We might not be quite at product market fit yet, but we're getting there. That should be an example of the fact that there is a want and a need out there in the marketplace for some involvement with the DoD to set some criteria that go beyond what CFIUS and FIRMA and other legislation have laid into place. So the second thing that we are looking to bring to the forefront is the opportunity for a tours with industry program, which these tours exist within the Navy, within Office of Secretary of Defense. But in this instance, we're looking to send our DoD personnel for tours with industry programs with venture capital and private equity funds, so they can, one, help spot and assess new tech that's on the bleeding edge, and understand how the market, how the early stage innovation financial ecosystem does due diligence when making decisions on what are going to be the greatest technologies that are going to change both economic and national security moving forward. So thanks, Heather. I appreciate that opportunity.
Yeah, no, it's a great program, and I'm kind of moderating, but I'm going to talk for a second. So super, really great program. I think that something that Colin and I and we've all been talking about is really this concept of trusted capital and what that looks like. And to Andrea's point, engaging with industry and figuring out, which companies, you kind of mentioned, it's more difficult to do business with some of these companies because of their cap tables and because of some of the funding that they've received. And so just kind of flipping it on its head a little bit and looking at this from the private side. So Colin, I love the program, and I'll say there's one more kind of unintended benefit probably. And the goal is to send some folks in there and actually educate the private capital community, educating, the venture community, talking to, the private equity world, the hedge fund world, the amount of dollars that they are involved with is massive. And I think that, a lot for a while, it's been kind of ignorance is bliss, and there were a number of years, I'm based here in Palo Alto, and a number of years ago, it was kind of raining free money from certain countries of special concern. And if you weren't taking it, you were seen as kind of being out of the game. And Andrea, you mentioned, it was legal to do that. It still is legal to do that. So I think figuring out, I kind of want to kick it back to Jean and Andrea about, what can we do to protect ourselves more? Part of the goal of the Defense Investor Network has actually been to, instead of kind of sledgehammer with regulation, to actually, educate investors and turn. They're already patriots, but really make them aware of the true consequences and ramifications of adversarial capital. Because if you turn off the fire hose going into the companies at the investor level, it's going to be a heck of a lot easier than trying to go around to every single company that might be monopolized. But back to Andrea and Jean about just kind of what we can do to make ourselves more secure.
So I'll start.
Go ahead.
A lot of what I think helps is just basic good early company hygiene. A lot of things are already in the law that you already need to comply with. And as you go from a beginning company to a more mature entity, these are just things that you need to be doing anyways. Good example of that is compliance with export control. That doesn't mean standing up a big operation about export control the way a major company would do, but just have somebody in your company who's the designated person who answers those questions or knows where to go seek additional help with answering those questions. Just designating somebody to do that. As Heather and Colin both mentioned, there's no law about knowing your investors, but just having some common sense and being diligent about that is also a big help. And then there's just basic corporate compliance types of things that not only helps with this problem, but makes you more attractive to investors. They show that you're well managed. They show that you've got basic tools and processes in place that help you comply with the law, but also address some of these issues. Managing your IP, designate somebody in your young firm who's the IP person. How are you protecting your trade secrets? What kind of patenting are you going to engage in? Have you budgeted for that? Those kinds of basic corporate management questions are often the best early prophylactic against some of the issues that we're talking about. Over.
Yeah, just to add to that, Jean, I think we talk a lot about due diligence, and to dovetail what you were saying, knowing who is in our supply chain. We did an analysis earlier this year just to sort of see what is industry doing, and it was a small pool of primarily like the prime companies, but for the most part they're going down to the second and third tier of their supply chain. And, we know that the supply chain is far deeper than 3 tiers, but it's really hard to go past that, but we have to get better at doing that, both on the Navy side, but I think also, like Jean was saying, on the corporate management side of having more awareness of who's in our supply chain and where's our money coming from. So I think there's on both sides there.
Colin, you taking it? No? All right. So I guess one thing I'll mention really quickly with CFIUS, there've been a couple of situations that I've become aware of through private capital investors, venture investors, about kind of percentages, how much adversarial capital can be in a company at this point, because there's a lot of talk right now about kind of unwinding some of the things that have been done that, again, were done not illegally. So that's definitely been a focus area of the private capital community. And just as you guys are thinking about, I want kind of our audience to be thinking about, there's the government response, of course, but there's also, the private capital response, and they're desperately trying to do the right thing, most of them, not all. And so how can we encourage them? What sort of information can we provide them with? I know there's been a couple companies, I think the carrot for the companies anyway, and I think therefore for the investors, and actually there's a Navy company we're working with right now, but there have been companies that aren't eligible, or that certain potential customers inside of the DoD are uncomfortable, working with a certain company because of a percentage of ownership, on their cap table. And so I know that between potentially the service, and then potentially the CFIUS regulations, and then potentially other agencies that will remain nameless. There's very different numbers being circulated. And I know there's a level of confusion in the investor community and also in the startup community around those sorts of things. And so any comments there? But I know that we have a question in the chat here. It says, question, more than 70% of AI patent applications are from China. One metric of innovation is the number of patents awarded. What should we do to accelerate the number of patent applications in such key areas?
Well, as the IP lawyer, I should probably start with that one. As the person asking the question probably knows, this is also a hot topic in the U.S. patent community, including whether inventions created by AI ought to be patentable or not. In the last decade, since the America Invents Acts, we've seen a real narrowing of what is patentable subject matter under 35 U.S.C. 101, which defines what's patentable. And so this is a big topic, a conversation. And I think no matter what your view, participating in those conversations is important. There was a big document that came out. It was a bipartisan study that came out last year that looked at patenting and AI and just how important it is to get patent positions in these key emerging technologies. And I can't speak for a government position here, of course, but I think whatever your position and belief is important to be a participant in that conversation. I will say that generally, if you don't have statutorily protected IP, there's less options for you, and hence in the aggregate for society to protect that innovation and do things with it. So if you as a young company, emerging technology companies, if you don't have a patenting plan and patenting program, I highly encourage you to develop one that meets your needs. Because when you have the asset, we have this concept called strategic openness. Just because you have a patent, and a patent includes the right to exclude, doesn't mean you have to exclude. But what it does give you the right to do is be strategic about how open you are with that technology, who gets to use it, on what terms. But if you don't have that right to start with, then you don't have that option to be strategic. So going back to the question, I would say beyond the policy implications under 35 U.S.C. 101, I would just say to everybody out there who is in this space, who's a young company, develop your patenting plan, budget for it, and aggressively go after it, because it will give you business options later, and it will address the question, go behind the question that I think the questioner's getting to. Over.
Did it.
So I read the question a little bit differently. I read the question as somebody saying, hey, a metric of innovation is the number of patents being generated by said country. So that gets at a whole other problem within our early stage innovation ecosystem, within our some of our policies that have to do with immigration. This although is a metric, as somebody who's worked in and around technology, I will tell you that there are plenty of companies who the last thing they want to do is try to patent their AI tech, because patents are publicly available information. So they consider those things, especially when it comes to software development, trade secrets. So we have to be really careful with tying patented information with being a good metric towards innovation. I'm not saying it shouldn't be one to consider, but there's plenty of other tech going on out there that has nothing to do with patents, because one, patents are great within the United States, but in this global economic environment, and corporate espionage and state cyber espionage, putting that information out is not always in a company's best interest. So
if I could pile onto that, Colin is getting at this tension that exists between whether a company keeps its intellectual assets as a trade secret protected form, or it uses patenting to protect those assets. That is going to really depend on the type of technology you have, what your business strategy is, etc. And my strong recommendation is really really have an IP plan that includes making those decisions and allocating the necessary resources to one strategy or other. The downside risk of keeping something a trade secret is, of course, one, it's subject to reverse engineering, in which case you don't have any protection once that happened. Reverse engineering is entirely legal. And or you're relying on other forms of statutory protection like copyrights or trademarks or other statutorily protected forms, which may not be as strong. So the answer about whether patenting or trade secret is more important is really one of business strategy, and really the solution to that is really be clear and focused on what your company IP strategy is going to be. And to Colin's point about patents as a measure of innovation, totally agree. That is not necessarily the be all and end all measurement of who's out front innovating. It's one metric, but it's not the decisive one necessarily.
All right, so we're gonna take a little bit of a step back and just I like tactical information, and so it's I don't exactly know who's making up the audience, but I'm guessing we have some great entrepreneurs that are national security interested and minded. Obviously, we've got some investors out there, and then we've got kind of military service folks, and so there's three components to this, and I've given talks to AFRL and to other folks, and I keep getting questions from companies. How do I know? How do I what's out there for me to vet the investors, that are approaching me or that I'm approaching. And actually part of the Defense Investor Network conversation too is as more and more investors are getting used to this idea that this is a bad idea, how can you vet other investors that you might want to invest with? But what sorts of resources out there? I know it's tough, and it might be something that I know there's been, attempts at setting it up kind of inside OSD. I know, Colin, I know that your program is doing a lot of this, but how public can we make these sorts of things? How do we get that information out there so that companies can avoid this problem, go left of CFIUS and avoid getting caught?
Yeah, I mean, my perspective is there is a place in the broader market for these consortiums of investors that will all agree to a certain set of criteria and adhere to that criteria and become better partners with the national security apparatus. I think there's absolutely a place for that. Just as there's a place for technology companies to belong to a consortium, whether they're doing business with the government or not, but understanding that, like I said, economic security, national security are not mutually exclusive. If this is for the group, if everybody has not read Kill Chain yet, you just need to stop what you're doing and go and read that book. That book is one of the best books that I've ever read about what's happened the past 30 years with respect to government innovation and platform-specific engineering that has and acquisition issues within our entire acquisition construct that really hasn't put us on a clear of footing as we otherwise might have been. And it gets after all these questions that Heather's talking about, in that we once had a amazing connective tissue between the national security apparatus and the early stage innovation ecosystem. We had people willing to assume risk. We had senior leaders, both political and industry leaders, willing to assume massive risk. And we have moved away from that. And that in itself, innovation and risk aversion are not synonymous. And that's something that we all need to be looking out for. And we, putting the white hat of the government on, we need the support of the broader markets to compete effectively in what's coming. Because what's coming is nothing like what it's been in the past 20 years of war. What's coming is nothing the likes of which the U.S. has ever faced in any of our lifetimes, or even the lifetimes of our parents. So it is space, it is quantum, it is cyber, it is autonomy, it is a whole new world. So over.
Yeah, and Colin, all those technologies you've mentioned, Gene and I have talked about the Internet of Things. I mean, it's a blurred line nowadays of what's very much a national security issue versus just an economic security issue. I always like to say it comes down to pretty much everyone having an iPhone in their pocket, like those technologies are driving, just regular consumer products nowadays. So there's a much broader implication. And something we used to say, when the FIT was in full swing was, supply chain integrity. We have our, cost, budget, time, integrity should probably be part of that equation as well, as one of those variables that we look at.
Andrea, kind of facing on that and on CFIUS, you mentioned it, voluntary process. I mean, where do you see this sort of legislation or sort of regulatory process? Where do you see these things going? I mean, do you see more teeth being put into it that's been talked about? Or do we need to, kind of talk about the integrity piece, with companies, with investors? That's something that we're doing out on the private sector side to try to mirror the conversations, coming from the DoD side. But where do you see this going?
So there's been a lot of focus on CFIUS, and more. I mean, you can just Google, CFIUS is popping up more in the news. Some cases are getting more attention. But CFIUS is voluntary, and like I said, it has very limited jurisdiction. It really only covers certain types of investments. So there's a whole slew of stuff that doesn't meet the CFIUS criteria. From a legislative perspective, I think just in the past 5 years, just with the changes that we've been seeing as part of the National Defense Authorization Act, the executive orders that have come out, the CHIPS Act has gotten a lot of attention, for semiconductor and protecting that industry. The Buy America Act has been beefed up a little bit. So I think that we're going to start seeing more and more of this type of language coming out of Congress, and it seems to have a lot of bipartisan support, which I think also points to it not really being a fad. This is definitely, I think the direction we're going is we're going to start slowly seeing more and more legislation, which then trickles down into regulations. So, and Jean can probably talk a little bit more about this too, from the types of analysis that she's done for us. But, I think from an industry perspective, everyone always wants to try to get ahead of regulation, right? So this is a really good opportunity, I think, for industry to really be proactive and kind of lean forward and try to figure out, we know what technologies are being targeted. We have a lot of, and we know what areas we're trying to protect.
Yeah, so just to follow up on what Andrea said, our regulatory framework right now is kind of a patchwork, and CFIUS is kind of this drag, like gill net at the end that catches some things some of the time and when people participate in it. And so you, the audience who is part of this ecosystem, is a big part of helping address and recognize these issues and respond to them. And so I touched a little bit on some voluntary things. I think some of the things short of regulation that we're tentatively investigating is perhaps just some voluntary self-certification or badging. So, if you're making electrical equipment, you're often trying to be UL compliant, right? So there may be some private sector things that can be put in place that also signal not only to the government, but to investors and to consumers or other business partners that, hey, you at least have some diligence in these areas. And so I think over the next couple months, we might be exploring with the private sector the possibility of some of those things. And in exchange, what would the private sector get? They might get, in addition to the reputational boost that might come from being able to say that you're compliant, there's also the opportunity to maybe get some economies of scale. So I mentioned earlier, having somebody who is tagged in your emerging company to know about export control. Well, great. I tag somebody. What are they supposed to do? So some of the things that a system like that might be able to provide is some help with standard things that might be made available to those people. So at a very basic level, you have a basic rudiment of how to comply with some of these or respond to some of these issues once you designate somebody. And again, some of these things are just basic good corporate hygiene, but when you're starting out, it can cost a lot of money in attorney's fees to try to figure out how to do them. So perhaps there's a way short of regulation where we can incentivize the behavior and there's a reward back to the community for doing so. So we'll probably be looking at some of those things over the next couple months. Over.
Gene, you're a genius. I couldn't agree more. The government has a few options, right? They can incentivize or disincentivize behavior in the market. If they're taking the laissez-faire approach, which most marketeers want, then the market's going to go do what's in the market's interest, which is not always in the best interest of the people of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I know we got to clear up pretty soon here. So this will be my last little bit. We're talking about very, very complex systems. We talk about an ecosystem that has so many variables. When we try to patchwork over just one of those variables, we're not altering the system. When that system has been studied for, half a century by our adversaries, where they know the system better than most of our bureaucrats know the system, then they can pick and choose where to insert themselves into that system to have the greatest impact. Which means that if we don't change the system, if we don't change the incentives and disincentives in that system, and we're just trying to follow where they're going and put up little blockers, we're never going to get ahead of the ballgame. So this goes to every person that's in the market, every bureaucrat that's out there listening to this. We need actual incentives and disincentives to change behavior in the market, and we need support from the market to understand that their long-term health and success is not decoupled from the country's national security capabilities. Over.
No, I think that's a great point. I mean, how as we're thinking about this, again, very tactically, you've got, Gene, I know we've talked about this, but I really like kind of the UL certification, similarly there as far as, it can be something that is industry initiated basically. And how do we, and to Colin's point, how do we encourage that kind of behavior rather than trying to, police or punish other behavior? I think kind of finding those incentives. And so I think the more that we're talking about it is really important. I think the more that we can create, certain tools, because we don't want to halt innovation. We actually need to start moving faster, not more slowly, but we're also trying to securitize and make sure that, these processes, we're being eyes wide open. We're taking care of, adversarial capital, but I think providing, to Gene, you mentioned, it's really difficult when you have a very small startup and you can tag somebody to look at those sorts of things, but they probably have 9 other jobs in a startup. And so, I think the more that I'll put it on the private sector, can create some of these tools and peer pressure each other a little bit into, acting in a patriotic way and acting in the best interest of our country. Colin, I like the way you kind of national security and economic security, go hand in hand more now than ever. And I think people are finally starting to open their eyes and realize it. It's 12:25, or in California it's 12:25. It's 2:25 out in Texas. But Gene, thank you so much. Thank you for kind of big picture, relaying the groundwork. Andrea, thank you for your expertise. Thank you for digging in on this. And Colin, thank you for all the work you've done. I can't wait to see what you're doing next. And I'm Heather from Palo Alto. Thanks you guys so much. Take care.
Thank you, everybody.
As a veteran, I know how incredibly difficult that transition from the military to the civilian sector can be. Today, there are so many more opportunities and programs available to veterans, specifically those in the technology field. Your experience makes you an asset to any team. Never, never underestimate your value.
It's all about resiliency and knowing your worth. Because let's be honest, there is a talent war out there.
At the end of the day, the military, without debate, is the world's greatest leadership development platform. And that actually serves to your benefit when you get out. If you are a great military leader and you have the ability to take those leadership strategies and tactics and apply it to the private sector, you're going to crush it.
That was a great panel discussion. I thank you all very much, participants. Next up, we have the first lightning talk of the day on SBIR. Bob Smith, Director of the Navy Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Offices, SBIR, SCTT, Special Programs, will present on how the Department of the Navy SBIR program is mobilizing to transition technology faster than ever before. Joining him is Fathom 5 CEO and Zach Staples. Take it away, Bob and Zach.
Hey, Brian, thank you so much for having us. I'm going to talk for a few minutes here, then pass it over to Zach and hopefully have him say great things about the Navy program. We don't know. It's unscripted. We'll see how it goes. But really, to help give you that perspective from a small business on what it's like to work for DoD. So I've got about 8 minutes to explain to you why you should work with us in the Navy. And it's really easy. The Navy SBIR STTR program is great. One of the best. And I'll leave it at that. What we're going to talk about, and you heard some of it yesterday from my sister services of the Army and the Air Force, is in the Navy, it all has to do with the topic. Everything that drives our SBIR STTR program is our topics, identifying our needs as the initial conversation with you. This is our problem. This is what we need you to solve. Okay. I like to say, actually, I'll steal it from Brian Shipley, who runs our commercialization program. Transition is baked into our program. So our topics have already answered the question, if this works, where's it going to go? Okay, so we write our topics, we put them out there in solicitations. You put in your best idea for a proof of concept. Okay, and that's a phase 1. Okay, that's 6 months worth of effort. Okay, if that is proving viable, the next thing you'll get your phase 2, which is a $1.7 million to produce a prototype. And at the end of that, we hope it works. We hope the program office says, this is so great, we want to put it into the program. So it's topics. They come out in the broad agency announcements. Please be looking for the 22.1 that's coming out this fall. It's going to be our huge one, the biggest of the year. Amazing breadth of different challenges within the Navy using SBIR. Okay, evaluations are done by the government, so make sure you answer the technology question. I don't need a marketing pitch. I need you to explain to why you believe your technology is going to solve our problem, and that's the way we want to have that conversation. From every topic, the Navy is going to select 2 to 3 companies to move forward. It's not a fight between you and them. It's usually going to be different technology approaches to the challenge. You may find both of you have got the answer, and then we'll move on to phase 2. 1 to 2 are selected. And then it's hopefully we get to phase 3, which is non-SBIR funds. That's that commercialization. That's that transition to a program of record. Okay. Part of that is not only technology development, but it's also alignment of the stars, right? That the budget got put into place, so when this technology solution proves viable, we're ready to drop it in, finish its development, put it in the program of record, or buy it in the next budget cycle. Variables you don't control, variables your technical point of contact doesn't control, but variables we're all discussing as you're developing that technology. Also, at a phase 2, it's selected for the Navy. We have programs to help you think about how you're going to scale, how you're going to commercialize, transition that technology. So when we say, congratulations, it works, we need 1,000 of them at the end of the year. Okay, can you deliver? Because if you can't deliver, it's still a failure. Okay, and we want you to succeed because we need your solutions. Some little companies that started with the Navy who are overnight success in years in the making are like iRobot. So big now they spun out the company that started in SBIR to be a separate subsidiary because they're making lots of money with vacuum cleaners. Okay, and that's fine because that's exactly what Congress wanted the program to do, is for you to be successful, to grow your company, to hire Americans, and drive our economy. The other program we just got started this year is called DON-SEC, a quick thing. And oh, by the way, NavySBIR.com. Let me repeat that, Navy, Navy, SBIR.com is our website. You can learn so much more about the program, how we do things. Oh, by the way, there are templates on how we expect you to submit your proposal. So it shouldn't be a surprise on what's expected in the package. Okay. We made them simpler so we can move quicker to get your awards faster, so we can get that technology of the warfighter even quicker. But last, Don SEC, SBIR, STTR experimentation cell. Guess what we learned? It's really great when we can get your technology in the hands of a warfighter to iterate your technology to make sure that customer, that end user customer, likes what you're doing. And it's kind of neat when I see SBIR technologies in, no kidding, fleet exercises being demonstrated, being iterated. Lots of fun. I've probably taken far more than my fair share of time. So, Zach, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Hey, Bob, I got a couple of questions, man. So having been on the other side of this, right, and it's a small business trying to figure out how to work with the Navy, you hit on a lot of things, but I want to ask you a couple of questions. So let's say I read the new 21.1 solicitation that's going to come out this fall, and I see something that's kind of interesting that I think, okay, that might be me, but if I've never worked with the Navy before, is there a period of kind of open discussion, and is there a different period where discussions are more limited because it's in a federal acquisition regulation solicitation? Like how can the communications work?
Oh, Zach, you set me up perfectly. So there are 3 periods within solicitation: pre-release, open, and close. Pre-release is 30 days for you to have a direct one-on-one conversation with that technical point of contact.
Cool.
Whatever you ask them stays between you and them. Okay. The way I like to put it is, would you not want to talk to your customer?
Right.
Because right now that technical point of contact is the customer you got to please. So why not make sure what you think you read is what they think they wrote? Okay. So check with them. Make sure you understand what they're looking for. I have zero sympathy for a company that doesn't get selected, and I found out they didn't talk to the teapot. After the pre-release, there's an open period, another 30 days, where you can still ask questions, but your question and those answers will be posted for all to see. So probably not the time to talk about your intellectual property approach to solving that problem. Okay. Yeah. And closed is really, we're going into the selection process. The curtain comes down, it gets very dark, and nobody's going to talk to you.
Good, because that's when the Navy's making their decision, right?
Correct.
All right, great. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I think we've got just a couple minutes left. I wanted to kind of pick up the kind of the inspiration piece for this after Bob. So Fathom 5 is a company that we founded to start on defense innovation dollars. That has worked for us very well, and it's pretty easy to build an IPO-able company. You just have to get to about $2 to $3 billion market cap and about $250 million a year annual recurring revenue. And to do that, you just need to make $1 million first year and then double every year after that till about year 9, like you're there, right? And then all you got to do is do it. So the plan is easy. So the question becomes, if you win a couple of SBIRs in year 1 and you put those together and you make you put together like $1 million revenue, the trick is actually doubling those every year. And it's funny that the funding profile that Bob was talking about for Navy SBIR actually follows that exact trajectory. So you can actually follow a high growth exponential trajectory towards IPO without actually taking VC money if you can figure out how to do the business development for the Navy, with the Navy. So I think the next question becomes, what I want to spend a couple minutes on is, so great, you found a cool topic, you read Bob's thing, you talked to people in the communication period, and then how do you go from a phase 1 to a phase 2 to a phase 3? And the phase 3, for just absolute clarity, that's an unrestricted award amount, depending just on how much interest you have in your product and how big the Navy wants to scale it. So a phase 3 contract type is a federal acquisition regulated, a FAR regulated contract. We can buy everything from multi-billion-dollar aircraft carriers under those to the Joint Strike Fighter. So there is no limit on how big you can go on phase 3. So the question is, how do you get there? And one of the other things I see small businesses do all the time, and we had the opportunity to coach 6 small businesses as they were going through this process with one of the program executive officers at Naval Sea Systems Command, was they didn't understand their customer, right? And so I just so real clearly, and I'm in Austin. You can look us up anytime at Fathom 5. I want more small businesses to be successful in defense innovation. I'm happy to teach how the money flows from a small business perspective to anybody that wants to learn how hundreds of billions of dollars come to the Navy and how that gets parsed out to acquisition so that you can understand the customers a little bit. But once you're under contract for an SBIR Phase 1, you're now a government contractor, and you can have conversations with your work with anybody else in the government who might also be interested in your work because you're actually under contract to the DoD to do that. Also, there's a major program office, a major program manager, a captain in the Navy or an 06 who's running that major program office that you're probably not going to meet because they don't meet most of the SBIRs because you're about 4 down in their echelon. But there's no reason you can't go out to Pax River at Naval or go back to Washington and go to the Navy Yard and meet the people in your program office, or out to Nywick Pack and meet the people in San Diego.
Those are great things because so first is that Phase 1, you want to get selected, a good proposal. Okay. Don't hire people to help you write your proposal. If you look around in your neighborhood, there are lots of folks that can help you write a good proposal. So save yourself some money. When it gets through that Phase 1, congratulations, got a Phase 2. Now it's time to deliver. But it's also time in parallel to start building and growing your business, because it's time to move on, not just being technically competent, you've got to produce. And start having those conversations with that TPOC. So how's it looking? Are we progressing? Am I giving you what you want? How's it looking for the tech drop-in? How's the schedule? Do we need to accelerate? Do we need to slow down? Do we need to look at other funding venues? Oh, by the way, does this have applicability for somebody else? Do you have an Army point of contact that you work with? Can you make an introduction? Can you explain, maybe there's another program in NAVAIR or NAVSEA. Should they be interested in me? Can you make the introduction because you want to start growing that business? Okay. Are you ready for that after Phase 2 at 1.7? What happens if the Navy says, I'm ready to give you a $20 million Phase 3? Oh my God. Okay, let's get ready. But I've seen Phase 3s that are somewhere around $2 million to where triple 100 millions. So are you that kind of young SBR company or a mature SBR company? You're ready to move along? You need to be thinking about these, because the 2 people in the garage now to be turning into 20 people in a facility, getting ready to figure out how the hell we're going to make it to 40 and 80. Okay. So it's all about the relationship, building that relationship, and looking for other folks to bring into your party.
I love that, Bob. I think we got 1 minute left. I wanted to go ahead and screen share something. Sam, can you pull that up and then we'll be done? I just want everybody to know that the Navy sponsors this event called Hack the Machine. The Office of Naval Research, as well as several program executive officers, are sponsors for it. And it's coming up here on the 16th to the 19th of November. You can go to hackthemachine.ai. And one of the things we've done for this is people have competed in this, but there's additional sessions to continue the conversation we're having with Bob. NavalX, who's also sponsoring with this bed Supernova, will be there. Will be at Alexandria in DC. And so this is a great way to actually participate in a problem with the Navy, understand the problem space, meet people, so that you go into that SBIR development with a little bit more context because you've worked a couple of problems in a competitive game format with the Navy. So shameless plug, but a great opportunity. We've seen some companies really kind of learn what's up with the Navy through this, and thought it might be helpful.
Absolutely helpful. And it also shows how the different ways to work with the Navy. SBIR is a great program. It's not the only tool in the toolbox. Okay. But it's a great way to get started.
Cool. I think we're back to Brian. And Bob, it's good to see you again, my man.
Good to see you. Until next time, until we can actually be in person again.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Bob and Zach. I started there for a second, Zach, because I thought you were a fellow Naval Academy graduate, and I was right. I think you were a year ahead of me at school. And I'm glad to see your Austin-based veteran startup and a graduate. You are proving that Navy veterans can make it happen in Austin. And thank you for your offer to help teams here. Okay, let's now turn to Whitney Tallarico, sorry, the National Tech Bridge Director, for the next lightning talk, where she will give us an overview on Tech Bridge. Whitney?
Hey. Yeah, Tallarico, but Tallarico and other things, you and the cold callers, I'll take whatever you guys send me. Thank you, Brian.
No problem. Over to you.
Awesome. So I'm glad I'm following Bob Smith and Zach. I think that was a great segue over, especially saying that there are so many ways to partner with us. I know you guys have heard from a lot of folks today, from our director, our Office of Naval Research, Admiral, and a lot of great folks like Bob Smith. What I'm going to do today is just give a quick talk on Tech Bridges. So one of the initiatives underneath Naval X, in partnership with the Office of Naval Research, and right now more than 20 commands from Hawaii to London. So I do have a few slides. Normally I don't do slides, but I figured it might be helpful for just a few minutes to run through. But basically, as you guys know, Naval X was stood up to help connect different pockets of innovators across the Department of Navy. And we really expanded that mission to think about our nonprofit partners, our for-profit partners, our academic partners, and otherwise. So our goal really has been to connect different groups and technologies to really help transition them across the Navy. And for some reason, my slides aren't coming up, which honestly is probably for the best. I'll just keep talking. But yeah, so we started, or I'll share a few slides from another deck and we'll go from there. But we started this kind of program 2.5 years ago under Hondo Gertz, and we had multiple different regional efforts come together. The 401 Tech Bridge is the nonprofit partner that's partnered with the Northeast Tech Bridge in Rhode Island, and that was really the first group that we started seeing a lot of connections organically, where we had naval problems that weren't being solved internally, and we found a really huge opportunity by partnering with our industrial base, especially in the composite sector. So that was rad. I'm going to try one more time to share a slide deck. All right, this is not the one I wanted to show you guys, but I think it'll be enough. Can you guys see my screen? Yes, you can. Okay, so I'll just show you guys a few slides and then call it for this. But basically, our mission is simple. We want to empower our network to achieve naval excellence. What I really like about naval excellence is it's a fairly broad thing to say. And it really showcases how everyone is going to see something different. So for us, working with our partners in the DoD and the National Security Innovation Network, who's doing an awesome job today. I've been trying to get over to their sessions, so thank you for that. Working with other defense partners, and then with non-traditional partners like the manufacturing extension partnerships and otherwise. So we start with a broad network. We really want to make connections across, students for STEM educations and for a lot of technologists across the board, really coming together to form partnerships along technology areas, partnership intermediary agreements to help us get the word out on our problems, cooperative research and development agreements to really help us concentrate our naval talent alongside commercial talent to, co-develop IP that'll be good for dual use applications. And then, with all of those relationships coming together, we kind of create a pipeline that'll allow us to really accelerate capabilities. So this is where we're located right now. I was mentioning Hawaii to London. Our weekly calls are pretty fun. Some people are very tired, but we still have a great time. What I really love about our network is that we're not alone. So as I was mentioning, we partner really closely with the National Security Innovation Network, manufacturing extension partnerships who are chartered by the Office of Commerce to help non-traditional partners, small businesses, startups really scale their technology, manufacturing everything from food to undersea systems. also DIU, other services. And a lot of people always ask if we're in Austin. No, not yet, but we do partner pretty closely with Capital Factory, obviously, the National Security Innovation Network, and AFWorks. Army Futures Command, we're coming for you. We so far have a weekly call with you guys to see what opportunities are around, but we could do better. So I'm going to get out of this slide deck. What I really wanted to do was just talk a little bit about some of the opportunities around you to partner with the Department of Navy. Again, apologies on the slides. Don't know. I'll keep digging around as we talk, or as I talk, but there's prize challenges in addition to the Small Business Innovation Research grants that Bob Smith was just talking about. The Hack the Machine event and other hackathons are great ways to partner. If you go to the Office of Naval Research website, there's STEM opportunities as well, and you can apply for grants in a lot of different areas. What I really love about the Department of Navy is that we are basically like small towns all across the world, and we need everything from infrastructure support, renewable energy, toilet paper. I don't know if you guys are in the toilet paper business though. But yeah, a lot of our emerging technology is being developed in the commercial sector now. So we're really trying to find more ways to take advantage of all the stuff that you guys are doing. One of the ways that we map out our own efforts, and one of the things that we're going to be bringing to the table this upcoming year, is a interactive pipeline where we're going to try to showcase, and I apologize, we tried to get it out for this session, but it'll probably be up and running in a few months, which we will post on websites. We'll make sure all of our National Security Innovation Network partners, the Capital Factory, all of our nonprofit and for-profit partners have access to this application that's going to help you find ways to curate your problem, bring it up to the right Department of Navy stakeholders. We actually have a lot of technologists in warfare centers and a lot of experts on problems across the Marine Corps and the Navy. And our job as Tech Bridge directors and as nodes on the network is to really help you guys find opportunities. So if you are looking for a place to test your technology, we can find test beds. We can go in and provide technical evaluations through cooperative research and development agreements. There is advanced naval technology exercises that you probably have heard a little bit about today, but also there's a ton of other opportunities. It looks like there's a question coming in. Thank goodness. I love questions. There's a question on simulation work from the Central Florida Tech Bridge. Yes. So the Central Florida Tech Bridge is located in Orlando. It's actually a part of the Tech Grove, which has all 4 services co-located, and they have a focus on training and simulation since they're the lead for training and simulation for the entire Department of Navy. So pretty much anytime there's a Marine or sailor getting trained on something, that group, the Naval Air Warfare Center for training and simulation technology, they have a hand in it. So they have multiple events throughout the year. They have, I think they have the names of TSIS, POLT, these things that are a little bit challenging for me to even remember all the terminology, but they're phenomenal places to go and really find out about what our problems are and where the opportunities are for partnering. We also have prize challenges. If you go to challenge.gov, there's a ton of Navy ones on there right now, but we're trying to utilize all the authorities that Congress has given us to partner with you guys, including other transactional authorities. Let's see. Any other, I'm seeing questions here. Okay. If you want to go to your local Tech Bridge to learn more about the Navy, where do you go? So if you Google Naval X Tech Bridge annual report, you'll kind of get a guide. So our annual report is less so a pat on the back with metrics. I mean, it does have great content on what we've been able to accomplish, but it's really meant to be a document you use to navigate all of the opportunities around you. So it talks about the different technical foci of each of the regions, it also talks about some of the incredible things we were able to do, like at Miramar. We got the first 5G small cell on a base, which is a Marine Corps base. And then in partnership with the National Security Innovation Network, that really allowed us to test and evaluate other unmanned technologies. They have an autonomous vehicle on site and otherwise. So awesome stuff going on there. I'd say that is the best way. You can find people on LinkedIn. Their names are in there. We're all on LinkedIn and fairly active. I think I check it once a week. But we also have a LinkedIn site, the Naval X site, as well as the Naval X Tech Bridge Network. Looks like someone wants to copy and paste the website information. So thank you for that. So the question is, how do the tech bridges coordinate with greater Navy acquisition processes? Okay, so in terms of other transactional authorities, we have a best practices playbook. So we have another transactional authority playbook that we've made for government only, unfortunately. So it's trying to help Navy constituents and Marine Corps constituents figure out how to utilize that authority. In terms of guides on the commercial side, we could probably do a lot better. Right now, I'd point people towards the procurement technical assistance centers, or our tech bridge directors can obviously help you with that as well. But we utilize a bunch of different kinds of acquisition processes. So other transactional authorities are definitely something that we put a lot of time into, since they're pretty underutilized in the Department of Navy. But there's also tech transfer authorities like cooperative research and development agreements, which is how we got 5G at Miramar through a relationship that we were building with Verizon. Actually, some folks who are in the room with you guys right now are a part of that. So Brandon Newell was the Marine who got that done. He just left the service, but he's still tied into our efforts. We also have Steve Harvey and Joe Sanchez in the room with you guys. So even though I couldn't make it physically, and I'm pretty sad about that right now, you have two people who maybe can stand up if they're in the room, and feel free to go and bother them later. They have a bunch of opportunities, and they're really good at finding ways to partner on energy resilience, on unmanned systems for transportation and otherwise. Any other questions? Okay. Well, I will wrap up shortly, but I just want to say, I know you're getting an overload of information today. I think the important thing to know is you're not alone, and we understand it can be hard to do business with us. It's a really large organization. I tried to have a few visuals to talk about how a problem owner and the solution provider might not necessarily be in the same room or in the same department. So sometimes it does take a number of tries to find the right POCs in the Navy to work with, or Marine Corps, sorry. And even internally, we really are trying to do a better job at streamlining our opportunities. So hopefully over the next year, we're going to be providing a lot more information and resources on how to do that. In the meantime, please talk with our regional directors. Definitely check out Bob Smith's SBIR program and challenge.gov. And if there's anything that we're missing, or if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me directly on LinkedIn or through email. It's whitney.talarico@navy.mil. So it's really not hard to find. But, we're looking for problems, opportunities, technology solutions, and we will find the right people to put your technology in front of. It won't be me. I'm not a technologist. I am just a super connector, but I would be happy to put you in touch with the right people. All right. I think that's it. I think I'm out of time, but thank you guys so much. Feel free to reach out to Stephen, Joe in the room there, and have a great day.
I want to welcome you all to Defense Academy. Capital Factory is the center of gravity for entrepreneurs in Texas, which is the #1 state for startups in the US, and it's one of the #1 states for defense innovation now, as we've seen with the Army Futures Command, AFWorks, and so many others coming to Texas. There's really nowhere else in the country where you'll find multiple different government innovation units all together in one place. And that creates its own gravity. That creates this incredible opportunity to walk around and talk to many different people who could help you. It's not a high security zone. It's not behind a big wall that anybody can walk in and get exposed to what's going on and learn about what's happening with government and federal innovation. Now, Defense Academy, what you're doing today, is the starting point. It's a place for people who probably don't think of themselves as defense contractors, but are interested in these opportunities to learn about what are the first steps, what's it take to get involved, how do you make sure that you're eligible, how do you find out what you can apply for, and how do you go get contracts.
Hey there, we are getting ready to head into our networking event. Just want to thank Whitney for coming and chatting with us. Whitney, we look forward to seeing the Tech Bridge hoist its colors here in Austin soon. I connected with Steve Harvey and Joe Sanchez yesterday. So for those of you who are in-house at Capital Factory, please find those two Marines and chat with them. They have a tremendous amount of knowledge, and they're looking to help and connect you to Tech Bridge. All right, so we have the short break for networking. Let's take a few minutes to connect everyone here today. So please join us in the networking function in Hopin. To begin networking, press the networking icon on the left-hand side of your screen. Once you're in, you'll be randomly paired with another attendee to speak with another one until the networking round ends. So I'm kind of talking slow so you guys can follow along. If you want to continue your discussion after your round ends, you can press the connect button at the bottom of your page, and we'll see you back here after. You have about 10 minutes for networking. We're out here. Thank you very much.
AI is not just one thing, and it's not just one person, and it's not this sort of object that can be plugged into your business later. If you're not looking at it as something that is woven through the fabric of your business pervasively across the entire organization, then you're doing it wrong.
As a company, we have strategy, design, data science, and development. And really, we believe in bringing all of those people in from the very beginning of a project, because we believe that each person approaches a problem from a different angle.
We have the business analysis, like why are we doing this to begin with? We have the technical expertise on how to do it. And then we also have the design expertise to communicate that out. Because if you build a model and you can't A, communicate how it works, or B, communicate the results, why did you build it at all? It's like the tree falling in the forest. So we bring together those three components in a unique way.
You're muted.
Welcome back from networking. We hope you met some amazing people. We're going to keep things rolling right along and move into our second panel, Energizing Future Generations. Our amazing panelists are joining us virtually and will be introducing themselves before engaging us in this informative discussion. And if you're coming in virtually, take yourself off mute like I just had to. All right, the panelists include Rich Carlin, Department Head, Naval Accelerator of the Office of Naval Research, Rick Rocheleau, Director of the Hawaii Natural Energy Institute, and Kim Baker, Director of Innovation and Elemental Accelerator. Take it away, panelists.
All right. I'll jump on in then. So Rich Carlin here. I'm with the Office of Naval Research. My department is called the Naval Accelerator. I think you may have heard, if you were tuning into the Naval X activities, Whitney Talarico, who just spoke a moment ago, she's actually in my department. SBIR program falls in my department, so Bob Smith talked a bit about that. So this gives you a little idea of sort of what we do. We're kind of we have a range of efforts looking at innovation, and the word accelerator, the whole point being how can we deliver technology much more faster using various processes. And so we're going to hear a little bit today from some of the people who are actually in my programs, by the way. I'm not going to be the host here. I'm actually a speaker. There's some awesome people here. So I'm going to let them speak to all the great stuff they've been working on there. And I'll jump in and give a little bit more about some of the things we're thinking about in the future. So how about over to you, Kim?
Great. Yeah, thanks so much, Rich, and thanks for your ongoing support. I'm Kim Baker. I'm a Director of Innovation at Elemental Accelerator. We are a nonprofit. We're headquartered in the wonderful state of Hawaii, and we are a growth stage accelerator that's on a mission to work at the intersection of climate change and social justice and equity. We do this through our work of what we call a demonstration project. It's essentially a pilot project where we deploy capital resources to develop projects in the real world, in the field, and partner with communities that become centered at the end goals of the project themselves. So we can jump into more details as we move forward in the panel, but we typically work with seed stage companies all the way through Series C in terms of their capital raise. And we work with companies that must have a working prototype sort of at a minimum criteria level to move them through the program. To date, we've funded just over 130 companies. Our announcement went out today. So we've had a lot of fun deploying capital resources and support. And maybe I'll pass it to Rick.
Okay, so my name is Rick Rocheleau, another Hawaii entity. I'm the director of the Hawaii Natural Energy Institute. We are part of the University of Hawaii, what they call an organized research unit, which means we actually have a budget line through the University of Hawaii and do what all universities do, is seek extramural funding to continue the work. I think in terms of this panel, I'd say in some ways, while we do work on innovation and do work on technology development in the energy sector almost exclusively, a lot of what we do is look at how do we implement what other people are coming up with and really push the envelope to get it out and into the field. And in that regard, we're very active working with Hawaii organizations, the State Energy Office, the Public Utilities Commission, the utility, in pushing forward. And, I'm kind of going to go out on a limb, but I mean, we have a really clear path here to get to probably 70 to 80% renewables in Hawaii, certainly within this decade and maybe quicker. And kind of in the Asia Pacific theme of what was kind of part of this original panel effort, we really are taking what we're learning in Hawaii and trying to export it to other parts of the world, and particularly throughout the Asia Pacific. And we've established really strong partnerships with lots of entities, and I'll come back with more detail later. But that's kind of what we're doing and where we focus our effort today. So thank you. And Gwen, over to you.
All right.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. So I guess we've kind of got the country sort of spanned here from coast to coast, and then I am up in Alaska. My name is Gwen Holdman. I'm the director of the Alaska Center for Energy and Power, which is based at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. We are an applied energy research center, not too dissimilar from what Rick is doing with the Hawaii Natural Energy Institute in Hawaii. We're working on addressing energy challenges in Alaska and sort of other similar sorts of remote areas with an emphasis on energy security and surety, and a pretty big emphasis on incorporating local renewable energy resources, just like what they're doing in Hawaii, and especially looking at various kinds of renewables. Our grid is a little bit different than the rest of the country. It's more similar maybe to Hawaii in some ways, in that we have a disaggregated electric grid system. So in Alaska, we have about 350 or so independent microgrids. Some of those are overlapping or nested, but a lot of them are just individual remote microgrids. And that's really where a lot of our interests related to our communities and our industry partners overlaps quite a bit with DoD needs in many ways. And so we have a lot of the same sorts of challenges related to long supply lines, high cost, things like that have made it really attractive in terms of incorporating really high contribution levels of renewables and really moving our communities forward. From a climate standpoint, it's an interesting market because Alaska is probably one of the places where you're seeing the most dramatic impacts related to climate change. I think most people are sort of familiar with what's happening in terms of receding sea ice, but it goes well beyond that. We're seeing a lot of challenges related to coastal erosion because we do have less land-fast sea ice, at critical times of the year, like in the fall when we have big storms coming in. So we have a lot of communities that are really facing some significant challenges with that. We have a significant reduction in permafrost. So that's another area. And we see a lot of issues also with just a lot of invasive species in Alaska because we have a much longer growing season. Like, for example, here in Fairbanks, where I am, the number of frost-free days has increased by 50% in the last 100 years, which is pretty dramatic increase and difference. And so as we're sort of working with our communities to sort of transition to different sorts of, more local renewable energy resources and taking like really holistic approaches to energy needs and challenges in our communities, what we're really trying to do is bring along the community and work with the students at the K through 12 level, look at working with community and energy champions so that technologies, Kim, that you guys are championing through your companies and through the Elemental Accelerator or through a sister accelerator in Alaska, Launch Alaska, we want to be able to see those sorts of technologies deployed to benefit our communities, but do that in a successful way by making sure that the community has the tools and the know-how at their disposal to be really part of those solutions. And that's everything from K through 12 all the way, through community leaders and elders. And so that's a big part of our new initiative that we're working, Rich, with you on through the Office of Naval Research on really empowering communities and working more closely and collaboratively with them across the entire pipeline of development and training.
Great. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to say a couple of comments, too, because Whitney said I had to talk about climate change in STEM. All right. so y'all already brought some of this stuff up. And I think it's important for the audience to know that the Navy is very much committed to the how do we deal with the climate crisis at this point in time. I always argue we have a responsibility as the Navy to lead the way in this. There's also many different things that we have, even just from a daily operational side. You made those points about the problems you're seeing in Alaska, permafrost. I know I've seen some pictures where really the communities are literally falling off a cliff, right? Pretty much. And so those types of things are going to be happening. We're seeing these things at our bases and so forth. And a few years ago, I was actually driving through one of the wildfires to get to one of our bases, by the way. And so I've had to see this stuff firsthand. And so it's why we certainly commit to this from this standpoint. It's an imperative from our operational standpoint to be ready to actually deal with these type of things and become much more resilient in that state. So that's an important side of this. And then, I'm really big on the STEM activity. I actually somewhat for STEAM, I like the art side of it, because I think in some of these areas you can communicate better through the artist's eyes in terms of the challenges you're trying to take on, and bringing in different groups of people to attack those problems is a really important aspect of that. And so, and people say, why is that? We clearly do this. We're a science and engineering organization, so clearly we do STEM. It's also just so important that we think, even when we do our programs, that we look at it, how do we tie in professional development, workforce development, education into our programs? And I know examples of Elemental has an internship program. I know, Gwen, you have your innovation hub up there. And Rick, you're really engaged internationally, bringing in people to work with your organization. So I think that's something, when you start linking that then with the climate change aspect of things, you start, I don't know, you could call it climate and social equity. Isn't that the Elemental theme? Exactly. So, I mean, there's a real nexus of opportunity here for people that are very interested in attacking this existential threat that we have, to bring them in and engage in this and help us develop those solutions. So I thought I would maybe ask Gail to make a few more comments about that. I thought the element, particularly how maybe a little bit more on your philosophies that you have. I know you're teamed up with the Emerson, for example, and the internships that you have. So maybe, Kim, you could expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. And I have a 4-year-old little girl at home. So this hits really close to home. Last night, she told me, "Mama, can I be a scientist when I grow up?" And I'm like, yes, you can do it. So a little bit more about our work. Yeah, we've had tremendous growth and traction, specifically this year. In a year where people were all at home, we saw the most applications for our internship and our fellows program than we ever had before. And it was probably like several 100% more in terms of applications. We place interns in our portfolio companies. So they're working directly sort of with those teams that are at the cutting edge of what they're building and what they're doing. And they work with them for basically for the summer. And the amazing part is we're starting to hear now in September that some of those interns have gone on to continue to work with the companies they were placed at. So we also take interns in-house at Elemental through several different programs, one of which is connected to the Emerson office. It's First Gen, as well as Teach for America fellows. And so we worked with high school students this year. It was incredible. It was a learning opportunity for us too, in the way that we talk about things and the way that we frame things, and to understand what connects to the younger audience and what doesn't. And specifically in Hawaii, the fellows, so these are high school students in Hawaii, the fellows earned a deeper understanding of what was going on with their land and how technology can be implemented directly in those communities, Gwen. So it's that community model like you're describing, but from a really, really early stage. And so it's something that we love to do as a team. It's something that we've had great success with across our portfolio, and something we intend to continue to build out. In fact, Elemental as a whole, as an organization now, it's about 50-50. 50% of us on staff are working towards supporting the companies and the technologies. And then there's another 50% of the staff working on things like career pathways to make sure that we're really building the entire system as we stand all of these initiatives up. Oh, you're on mute, Rich.
The guilty party. All right.
There we go.
I'm just gonna leave myself off mute. So, Rick, maybe you could comment a little bit, because you mentioned how you you take those technologies worldwide. But I think since I know we visited a number of countries together, a lot of different universities, and you've engaged with all those various people in terms of helping them grow that. Maybe you comment a little bit about your philosophies and international engagements.
Yeah, I think, the workforce and the training is invaluable in getting people in early, what Kim is doing, and I know what Gwen is doing with the group. And in general, I guess maybe it's an indication of mind seniority going on here. We're engaging younger people as well, but a lot of the people we're engaging are really well along their career path. And I think it really speaks to the breadth of the program that Rich has put together that allows us to reach out and do this in a variety of ways. So, within our international partnerships, and right now we're active in Vietnam, Thailand, Laos, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, New Guinea, at different levels. And some of the early engagements that are now more developed are in Thailand and Vietnam, but the other ones are growing rapidly. And we started out working primarily university to university, and that was a natural connection. We've done collaborative projects together. We've had some student exchanges, primarily people coming this direction. We've had them come at the undergraduate level and spend a little bit of time. We've had them come and actually do part of their graduate work here, or actually spend a year or two as a postgraduate fellow in our institute doing fairly sophisticated modeling. And actually some have stayed, and a number have gone back to their home organizations to work. And then we continue that relationship. We're also working through the industry side, and Thailand is a really good example of that. I mean, it's many, many times the size of Hawaii in terms of potential global impact, size of the grid. It's small compared to the US, but very large compared to Hawaii. And they have very aggressive policies. They have desire to really move forward, but within the industry, they've been very, very conservative. And it's not that they aren't interested in being less conservative, but they just haven't had the confidence to move forward the way some of the utilities and organizations in the US have. So we've actually had, we've helped develop models. For example, we developed the dispatch model for the entire country of Thailand that they can then use and look at integrating renewables in, but we don't deliver it to them. We developed that model in collaboration with their engineers. Our engineers went there, their engineers came here. We brought them in for training. And so they end up with a tool that they can use and they can proceed, and they see how it's working here. I think next month we have another dozen people coming from another utility in Thailand, more on the distribution side. They're coming for a 6-week training session and really looking at tools and what works and how to take it back. So the big part of it is to get the people there knowledgeable. They have the desire. The policies are often out there, but it's kind of the same thing as happened in the US, a little bit of feet dragging by those who are really responsible for keeping power going and keeping the system up and running. And as they get comfortable with it, they really are getting much more aggressive at what they do. And so a lot of our engagement is at that more advanced stage of the career, but with people that are very interested in learning new things and taking it back to their home countries.
Great, thanks, Ray. So Kim, you had something to say? No, then I'll get Gwen involved in this one.
All right, yeah, one more comment as I'm listening to Rick talk. Thanks for sharing, Rick. One thing that we're hearing consistently from growth stage companies is that people are the future. They need good people in terms of career pathways. And so something that we're looking at as we tracked our impact is about creating good green jobs. And we're seeing this also come through a transition of folks that have entire careers, perhaps in the energy sector, that want to transition to the clean side of things. And similarly, kind of hard engineering technical professionals that want to transition into clean tech. And so with every company's growth within our portfolio, we're also thinking about the jobs that they're creating, putting back into sort of that community and that ecosystem out there. Thanks, Rich.
Thanks, Kim. So Gwen, I mean, what I'm really interested, because I still love the name Center Ice, it's one of my favorites. She'll have to come in. But also, if you don't mind, maybe talk a little bit more about the Innovation Hub that we'll be talking about next week, a little bit more about. as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I've been fortunate here at the university to wear a couple of different hats. And so I was running our intellectual property and tech transfer office here in Alaska. And we spun up a program called the Center for Innovation, Commercialization, and Entrepreneurship, Center ICE, which is great, kind of alludes to our northern position and our love of hockey up here too. So anyway, the purpose of that program is, again, it's really just what we're talking about here. It's like making sure that we're developing, that we're not just supporting companies, that we're not just supporting technologies, but that we're really creating a successful pipeline, so that we're really finding mechanisms for supporting entrepreneurship, for example, whether that's at the university or whether that's partnering with our private companies here in Alaska. We don't have a lot of research capacity up here. And so in a way, the university is sort of, to some extent, we serve that role, right? So when we have companies, and Alaskans do tend to be they can be pretty innovative. They can come up with new ideas to solve local problems. You know, how can we move those things through the process of commercialization? And so I think the university can have a really important role with that. And we can pull our students in that way too, right? So what we need to do is we're trying to create a more kind of innovative university. And that sort of goes across the entire spectrum, from the way that we're doing research to the way that we're working with industry and our small businesses in the state, to the way that we're bringing our students along and really encouraging them to think broadly about what their options are in terms of maybe staying in Alaska and being part of like some of these innovative and new sort of progressive options for the future. And energy is actually a pretty exciting space to be in right now. It's an industry that's evolving really dramatically, and there are a lot of new opportunities out there across the entire spectrum, whether it's from the utility industry to, you know, product development, beneficial electrification. So it's a very dynamic space that I am very excited about. Kim, we are mostly engineers in our program at Alaska Center for Energy and Power, and we are over 50% female engineers that work with our program. So tell your daughter that. And, you know, we want to kind of continue that trend and really diversify who's participating in this space, all the way through from, you know, students K through 12, all the way up to university and at the community level.
Great. Thanks, Gwen. And I think it's kind of important. And when you look at the, you know, Hawaii, I think when we started working in Hawaii, actually a couple of decades ago originally, but I mean, it's really going dramatically in terms of the entrepreneurial activities with the elemental, with Rick's programs, reaching out way beyond that. And we have some STEM efforts like Women in Technology in the state of Hawaii. And so in Alaska, I mean, we've only been there maybe 4 to 5 years, something like that, Gwen, I think, at this stage. But I mean, it's there. That was the idea. And so, but coming together, bringing everybody together, that was really interested in what's going on. I think it's key to how these programs come about. And I encourage people to think this way, is that I think you'll see, we talked about Asia Pacific Technology and Education Partnership. You may have seen that in the piece there. That was just sort of umbrella that we kind of laid over all of our STEM, our research and commercialization activities. And so we came up with an acronym. It was a group effort called Arctic, the Alaska Regional Collaboration, and I always have to look it up, Innovation, Technology, Innovation, and Commercialization, Arctic, which, interesting enough, gets a lot of, when it hits the Secretariat, they kind of wonder, what is this Arctic program? And I think it's really cool when they find out it's not Arctic, like just the Arctic stuff. But it's that idea of really bringing together all these groups. And I see this happening, I think even today. I was jumped into a few sessions at Capital Factory, and they're doing exactly that. They have universities speaking, we have the startups there, we have entrepreneurs speaking. So, I mean, I think that's, if it was such a secret sauce, you say that, and it's not just saying you fund them all. What you do is you link them all. And that's really where we come in. I mean, yes. And so we provide those bridge dollars more than anything else, as opposed to saying, you know, I do really encourage people. I don't know any thoughts about that, and create community to work together. If Kim, do you have something, since you've been creating communities in multiple states?
Yeah, we work in California, Hawaii, the APAC region, and newly this year, we're working globally. So that's not to say that the companies weren't headquartered all over the world. They often were. This year, we're doing deployments specifically globally. So anywhere in the world is now eligible. We work through something that we call a square partnership model. And it's essentially what you described, Gwen. We just kind of gave it a fancy, catchy name. The corners of the square include Elemental as a stakeholder. They include the startup or the growth stage company as another stakeholder, the customer, and then the new piece is that community partner. And so we really believe, even when we're crafting what these projects will look like, what the KPIs and the outcomes and the goals will be, we ask that community partner to be a voice at the table from the beginning. We actually include some of those goals into our project scoping documents so that everybody sort of has this equal playing field. We also are adopting the vision that community organizations should be compensated for their time and their work. And that comes primarily through the company, the technology vendor itself, to make sure that, they're thinking about all parties at the table from an equal standpoint. We've seen great success in that. Our goal is to deploy 500 climate solutions with industry and community partners. And we want to launch 10,000 climate careers through our work. So really it's that square partnership that's sort of the glue and the term that holds it all together.
Thanks, Kim. And Gwen, I think because I kind of watched it come together in Alaska more so in Hawaii, we built it kind of piece by piece, and then we kind of brought it together. Could you make some comment? I just know everybody has made comments about how well that's worked out in Alaska. Maybe you could expand a little bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, actually, what I think is really interesting is like the way that this sort of came together as a little bit of applying what you've learned or the kind of the ecosystem that you've developed in Hawaii and looking at how you could apply that to another region with different sorts of strengths and players, but really sort of pulling together that combination of the education, the folks working on education, the folks working on supporting, entrepreneurial small businesses, and then the university as a research organization is sort of like a triad, of organizations, and seeing how, like Rich, you're saying, like, how can we kind of provide the glue? How can we figure out where that sort of technology development or deployment pipeline, where do we need to grease it a little bit, right? Like where are there opportunities to make things run more smoothly? Where do things tend to get kind of stuck in the process? And we put a lot of effort into really analyzing that for the state as a whole. Like where are sort of our gaps and our needs, and how can we sort of work more closely together to make that happen? Really sort of following on the model that we learned, in Hawaii. And one of the things that we really have doubled down on is another area where we actually do work together, not just with Hawaii, but all across the country, is with a program called Teaching Through Technology that's really geared toward underserved students, mostly in our rural communities. And so what we're really doing there is we're giving them tools. So it's really around sort of this growth mindset, design thinking, but really embedded in community. So instead of taking students, out of the community, really giving them tools where they can actually help solve problems within their community, but linking them within this broader network. And that's actually something I'm personally really excited about. Kim, I'm a parent too. And so for me, it's really great to see these sorts of opportunities for young people to link into these ecosystems that are developing and that already exist. And so like in this case, for example, this is actually a program that started in Alaska, but it's really become a pretty national level program, Hawaii being actually the second state in which it was implemented. But the idea is, like, for example, in Alaska, a lot of our coastal communities, it's very flat. That's why we have these challenges related to climate change. And so traditionally, like our Inuit communities used a blanket toss, like to throw someone high up in the air. You've probably seen an image like a trampoline, so they can get up higher and see on the horizon and see whales and, other sort of sea mammals and assist in like sort of community hunts and things like that. Well, we've given those students now access to more modern technology like drones to kind of do similar sorts of things and work with their community to better understand like their ecosystem, the way things are changing, like how the sea ice is moving, making sure that hunters are safe on the sea ice, things like that with modern tools, but really using those to solve local problems and local challenges and connecting those with, small businesses that can help kind of foster innovation to continue to solve those challenges. And so that's a program that we're super proud of developing as a way to kind of pull in students in terms of being part of this bigger system that we're developing both in Alaska and Hawaii and Puerto Rico and a number of other states around the country.
Great. Thanks, Glenn. So Rick, can you jump in?
Yeah, you have a question or you just want me to go?
Go.
Okay. One thing I wanted to say, and the ecosystem was built, Alaska kind of followed Hawaii and it came together a little more quickly. It was a little more piecemeal in Hawaii. But I think the thing that's important is those ecosystems put together, but they're always looking outward. And the outward look was really led by ONR, and ONR and even tapping into ONR global capabilities, especially in our early days of developing this. And so it can solve local problems, which not only gets people involved and interested in it, but it provides local resources to help support the activities. But the global outreach and vision that ONR helped provide, and just the contacts, it couldn't all have been made, certainly not as easily. If you spent your whole life traveling around and doing nothing but trying to meet people, but the ability of ONR to help coordinate activities, and this is maybe this symposium right here is another example of that. I mean, bringing people together and trying to take the messages that are solving local problems and looking at how they can make connections to reach out into other places has really been invaluable. And I just wanted to credit the program overall. We've been involved now, an ONR contractor, for 20 years. Started out as a very small effort, but for a decade, it's really grown into this larger partnership, including the education, the technology, the commercial aspects of it. And it's been really a unique opportunity to grow something that, as I said multiple times here, really has been able to be outward looking and reach out and partner with people, not just in Asia Pacific, but across the US as well. And so I think the program deserves a lot of credit for that.
I appreciate that, Rick. And all I can say is it wouldn't have happened without all of y'all doing this together. So I mean, it's made it pretty easy, and it really has been an exciting few years here. Let me do one thing. We had a question. I think it's just directed at me, but I'll do this real quick before we get too close in. Does Naval X do work with advanced materials discovery? Naval X, not necessarily, unless it happens to tie in to what we might be doing if one of the Tech Bridge challenges. But what I would suggest is go to the Office of Naval Research webpage, and you can see research areas, materials. You can look at that, and if you have any difficulty finding that within the tech areas, and it will send you to the right program officer. Just shoot me a note, email at richard.carlin1@navy.mil, and I can find the link right for you. Because my department used to run materials discovery. That's kind of why I know we do that. All right, so pretty straightforward. So. This has been really great right now. What I kind of thought I'd like to do is just kind of circle back to each of you. We've got about almost 12 minutes now. So 10 minutes left. There it is. Perfect. Is that, some thoughts you may have that maybe we didn't cover here? Again, maybe a little bit I'm kind of some thoughts maybe on where do you think we should go and where should we think in terms of our climate issues? I know each of you work in that area. So how about you, Ken?
The big question.
No,
I made it easy.
Wow. Yeah. So first I'll describe our focus areas, which are essentially sort of across the whole climate ecosystem. We're focused in energy, mobility, circular economy, agriculture, and water. And so within that, there's many, many layers of what technologies we're looking for, what solutions we're seeking. Something that I've been thinking about, I'm going to take a broad brush approach, Rich. Something that I've been thinking about recently is this saying, doing actually ties back to what we were talking about place. We do place-based innovation, meaning we do demonstration projects in one place. And it's the saying that is rooted in Hawaiian culture, but sometimes you have to go slow to go fast. And so how do we create this very successful sort of one little project to then expand it 20-fold over the next couple of years? And when I think about how that relates to climate change and how we may go slow to go fast sort of in a big picture, in a big giant world, I've been talking to many corporate leaders, multinational companies across all of these various sectors. And I keep saying back to them, it's your opportunity, having this huge global influence or having this influence between the APAC region and the US, for example, to think about the change in systems. And so what I mean by that is to think about companies that are redesigning our systems and how the systems function. I'll give one example today. We just announced our new cohort. We've got a company, the name of it is Trade Lanes, and it's a shipping company. And so it's thinking about how to create point A to point B, but sort of how to make that more efficient. And so in those efficiencies, not only are we finding carbon savings, but we're also finding and sort of unlocking the circular economy, which then translates to a whole sort of series of additional opportunity. Another one from a previous cohort is Transcend. They're redesigning the engineering design process for wastewater treatment systems. So by unlocking those sort of early stages and early building blocks of the system, they're truly having sort of that multiplier effect out into the greater world. So I hope that answered your question, Rich, but that's the thing that came to mind.
No, I think it's an important point, because the reality, I think people think, well, it's climate, well, it's renewables, it's all these built things. There's so much, it's such a complicated challenge, and when you're trying to change these aspects, and so all these things that people might not even realize fit in, you found, and I know the LML has been tremendous at doing that over the years. I know when I would look at some of the companies you had coming in back in the days when the energy accelerated.
Yeah.
Why would you care about fintech? Well, obviously I was just science. I had no math. It's the thing, right? So I mean, it's all those places you invest in startups. So the startups out there may be listening. It's not hard if you're to figure how it ties in and how that can make a difference when you start thinking how that could be applied. So I'm going to just throw it over to Gwen for this open comments on that as well.
Well, I mean, I do think that one area I think, and this is, I hope, answering your question a little bit there, Rich, is like, I think that we have the opportunity for more sort of knowledge sharing and knowledge transfer, between different states, between different regions. And that's something that I'm actually pretty interested in continuing to explore. We work a lot with the Arctic nations. I think you could probably imagine why that is. And so I work quite a lot with Iceland, and they have developed a training program there called the Geothermal Technologies program. It's a United Nations University geothermal training program where they really spend the time to work with a very small cohort, like maybe 20 students a year. But they pick these students very specifically because they're in a unique position to develop their geothermal resources in countries all over the world. And I think that we could be doing a little bit more of this, where we're working on sort of these challenges, whether it's related to climate or energy solutions in more remote areas. If we can like really work together to pull together the kind of the champions from a region or a community that aren't necessarily experts and don't necessarily have their built out networks like we all do, so that they can really learn from one another, and that we can get more cross-pollination between what's happening. Like what's happening in Hawaii is pretty amazing. There's some real lessons, transferable lessons to other markets from Hawaii. And it's not just about, it's not just the technology. It's really like the business models and the mechanisms for actually moving these kinds of projects forward in a way that work for everybody, including the utility industry, right? And the same thing in Alaska. Like we're doing some pretty interesting and innovative things here, but I would like to see these kinds of programs developed, sort of like that one in Iceland, where we're really pulling together people and developing cohorts of fellows from different regions to really do that cross-pollination and really make sure that we're learning from one another as much as possible. That's my like little plugs for future programs.
Yeah, and I think that actually it's a really good point. It gives me a chance to circle back when we talk about the Naval X-Tech bridges. So these are, if people had listened to some of the talks earlier on that, or you can go and look on the web, is that they're designed in a way that each of the location kind of deals with what they do, what their challenges are at that particular base in that region. Same thing, we set up Hawaii and Alaska programs. We did something similar in Rhode Island, by the way. They have some unique challenges there. And at the same time, so they do have their unique challenges, but as they go after their unique challenges, they can translate that and share that information with other people and come up with better ideas. So in all cases, we try to do the network. So the tech bridges, we talk about individuals, locations, but there is the tech bridge network. And I guarantee you, they all talk to each other. They actually have weekly meetings where all the directors come together. And so I think that's an important aspect. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think that's the real key to taking on these kind of things. Worldwide, look worldwide, solve it local sometimes. And Rick, over to you.
So I'm going to, be a little retro in this comment. We definitely need this pipeline of new technologies coming through. As an engineer who's looking at what's going on in Hawaii, we can't forget innovative applications of what we already have. That's a form of innovation as well. And I think it's really important that we do, the right and I call it analysis, not modeling. It doesn't have to necessarily be overly sophisticated, but that we're quantifying the needs, we're quantifying the impacts of what we're trying to apply. And in doing so, I think we can find a lot of innovative solutions of not only the new technologies that are coming through, but the existing technologies that we have. And I think that's really important for the climate change perspective, that we don't need to wait for the new things. There's an awful lot we can do with what we have if we apply it correctly and we know how to manage and operate those resources in the most effective way. And so, in that regard, it kind of pulls back to how do we get that validated, and then how do we get it, accepted in a much broader audience, so that you get the impact not just in one local place, but across the globe.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's a lot of depends on when people talk about innovation, I'll use that word. And I've been trained now to understand innovation is not discovery necessarily. The discovery that gets implemented, that's a great innovation, but there's so much out there that we don't take advantage of, whether we get it, we don't deploy it, or we don't take advantage of it in the Defense Department, because even though it's really in the commercial sector, and this is where I talk to the startups, by the way, you have these technologies, and we want to know what you're doing that could help us address our own problems. We do our best to get out there, but the reality is a huge, huge world out there, and trying to understand exactly what exists. And so things like this, like we're doing with the Supernova, Fed Supernova, this is a great forum for this. I think, it does okay in I'll say it works fine in the doing it virtual, but it is a lot better in person. So let's hope for next year we can do this again next year in person. So why don't I just do any last comments? I think we're about to wrap up here. So any last comments?
Good.
All right. I don't think we got any questions from the audience. So I think we'll turn it back over to Brian. There he is.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you very much. I'm off mute this time. All right. Thanks, Rich, Rick, Gwen, and Kim. Hey, Kim, I love the story about your little girl. I have two of them my own. I got an 11-year-old and a 5-year-old. The 11-year-old is on a trajectory to be an engineer. She's crushing math and science and getting into STEM seminars. Luckily, the 5-year-old wants to be just as what she wants to do, whatever her big sister's doing, but only better. And this is going to happen as they both go to the Naval Academy, of course. For the Hawaii folks, as a retired sailor, Hawaii holds a special place in my heart. I've been in Pearl Harbor many times, going to and from the Gulf or the Western Pacific. However, all this talk about Hawaii's got me geared up for the TechNet conference coming up in November. I'm headed out to that, so maybe I'll run into you there. That panel got me excited about a lot of things, including this next lightning talk on the Naval Enterprise Sustainment Technology team. I'd like to welcome Joe Sparks, the Advanced Technology and Innovation Lead for Commander Fleet Readiness Centers, up to the stage, virtually, of course. Joe, over to you.
All right. Thank you, Brian. And thank you to the Fed Supernova team for inviting me to speak this afternoon. As Brian said, my name is Joe Sparks. and I'm the Combat for Sea Advanced Technology and Innovation Lead. And I'm here this afternoon to talk about the NEST, the Naval Enterprise Sustainment Technology Team. So first, what is the NEST and why was it formed? The NEST is a team that has come together because we have common challenges. That is bringing sustainment technologies to the fleet and the fleet maintainers. The NEST was formed because we recognize that across the Navy depot community, which includes the NavAir Fleet Readiness Centers, the Navy shipyards, and the Marine Corps ground depots, that we share many of the same challenges and are working to develop many of the same technologies. Even though we focus on different platforms, ships, aircraft, and ground vehicles, many of our challenges remain the same, and we can learn from each other. We can also work together and save the Department of the Navy resources through economies of scale. Although we originally started as just the Navy depot community, in the last 2 years, the NEST has grown to include DAS&S, ONR, NAVSUP, and NAVWAR. We have also coordinated significantly with our partner services and have learned from their experiences. Both the Air Force Rapid Sustainment Office and Army Sustainment Battle Lab regularly participate in our meetings. Before I go further, I want to give credit to Steve McKee, who was from NAVSEA formerly. It was his vision that formed the NEST, and he led the NEST for more than 2 years. What I'm outlining here today would not have moved forward without his drive and leadership. He is not here presenting today because in August he was promoted to a new position at OSD Material Readiness. So again, thank you very much to Steve for all of your efforts and hard work over the last 2 years in forming and starting the NEST. So how did NEST start? In May 2019, subject matter experts from across the Navy depot communities, NAVSEA, the U.S. Marine Corps Logistics Command, and ComFRC came together and identified 8 common focus areas of need. These included expeditionary maintenance, robotic material handling, global parts tracking, and cold spray, along with others. When these common sustainment focus areas were provided to ONR, the Department of Navy SBIR office graciously provided funding to advance the technologies to close these gaps. And in fall of 2019, the SBIR topic 20.1 included these 8 focus areas. And from that topic call, 16 SBIR Phase 1 projects were awarded and managed by the NEST. To manage each of these SBIRs, the NEST established triumphants from each system command, along with subject matter experts from the various depots for each project. This has ensured active participation from each system command. As we have progressed forward, we have worked very hard to keep each of the technology projects' technical point of contacts apprised of the enterprise level requirements so that they benefit as many sites as possible. Following the successful selection and kickoff of the 20.1 topics, the Department of Navy SBIR office provided the NEST funding to manage 4 additional topics under SBIR topic 20.4. These included expeditionary maintenance, metrology, non-destructive inspection, and miniaturized end effectors. This resulted in an additional 12 SBIR Phase 1 projects, bringing the total to 28. From these, 15 projects have continued on to SBIR Phase 2 awards. Most of these were awarded in spring and early summer of this year. From the beginning, we have always kept our focus on transition for all of these projects, and we are continuing to explore many and all options. Ideally, there would be one source of transition funding that we could use across the enterprise, as we are doing for the technology development through the SBIR program, but there is not. Currently, the transition funding primarily exists within each system command. This creates challenges in coordinating the timing and transition between multiple sites. For digital technologies, blockchain as one example, we are working with Platform One, a DoD enterprise tool that can be used by multiple sites. This will allow us to go through the authority to operate request one time rather than multiple times for different systems. 4 of the vendors we are working with are exploring the Platform One option. In addition to the SBIRs, we really wanted to make sure that the Nest was continuing to focus on the topics and challenges that were most urgent to each of the depots. So last summer, we developed a sustainment integrated priority list based on inputs from each of the Navy and Marine Corps shipyards, fleet readiness centers, and ground depot requirements. Based on the common integrated priority list, we narrowed down to 3 focus areas of need: corrosion, digital tracking, and automated inspection. For corrosion, we developed a combined test plan for corrosion detection below a surface coating that could be used on multiple platforms. For digital tracking and automated inspection, we have aligned the requirements identified to SBIR projects that we are working. One example is the topside drone to provide inspection capability. In the future, we want to continue additional iterations of developing the sustainment integrated priority list using the observe, orient, decide, act process, or OODA loop. We also want to expand beyond the organic depots and begin including inputs from commercial sites as well. Through each iteration, we want to get faster and faster so that capability gaps can be met more quickly. One other thing I want to talk about a little bit is some of the challenges we went through. We are different organizations that's in the Nest. We're all within the Department of Navy, but as different system commands that participated. And as such, we were organized and aligned a little bit differently. So that created some challenges in that, in finding the appropriate people to go to for certain topics and areas. And sometimes it was hard for us to identify. Another challenge was different funding streams within the different commands and where to go to, particularly for transition funding for projects and how to identify those and where it's at. So that created challenges for us and made it hard for us at times to move forward. One final thing I want to mention before I go to my closing is our work with the SSWG. Over the past year, members of the Nest have worked closely with the Sustainment System Working Group as the innovation team. We are providing recommendations to the full SSWG leadership team based on what we have learned through the Nest. They include developing and maintaining a common sustainment technology strategy across the Department of Navy, establishing a common transition funding line for sustainment technologies. In closing, I want to reiterate about how the Nest has been successful and our plans for the future of the Nest. The Nest has been successful because we have grown and strengthened working relationships between the Navy system commands at the grassroots level. And we have developed a common DON level sustainment IPL and identified 3 focus areas: corrosion, digital tracking, and automated inspections, and have developed projects for each of them. We worked together on 28 SBIR Phase 1 projects and pared them down to 15 SBIR Phase 2 projects that are moving forward today. Each of these has subject matter experts from across multiple sites actively participating in the projects to ensure that the results will have a meaningful impact once they are implemented. In the future, we plan to continue development of SBIRs and development of transition strategies. Also, we intend to keep pushing for the opportunity of common funding sources to transition sustainment technologies so that we can implement new technologies much sooner across multiple sites. And finally, we intend to keep developing future iterations of the sustainment integrated priority list and find ways to keep moving through the OODA loop, or observe, orient, decide, and act process. As a final comment, I will note that the sustainment requirements for all of our weapon systems is growing and will likely continue to grow. To drive change, it's necessary to find ways to be innovative and push the boundaries of the system. And that is what the Nest has strived to do and will keep doing as we move forward. I thank you for your time today and look forward to any questions that may be out there.
What I like about what Paradromics is doing is we're on the leading edge of doing something that's going to dramatically affect patients' lives.
What we've really built here is a high data rate modem for the brain. And so anywhere where there is an issue getting data out of the brain, as in paralysis, or an issue getting data into the brain, like in sensory disorders like blindness or deafness, by connecting the brain to a computer and pushing data across that interface, we can turn data itself into a therapy for those conditions.
Okay, thanks, Joe. That was amazing. We really appreciate you dropping in on us. Let's keep the lightning talks coming with our next one from the Program Executive Office, Integrated Warfare Systems, PEOIWS, by Theodore Young, the Chief Technology Officer at PEOIWS. Theodore, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon. Sure you guys have had a long day of different things, and I'm finishing my day at my home office. You can see my Bears logo in the background, so if you're a Bears fan, I have empathy for you. It's a rough week. But with that, I'll go ahead and start flipping through some slides about the agility that that we have going on inside the PEO. I understand that maybe I'm a little weak, but I'll try to talk. As was mentioned, I work inside of PEOIWS. I've been there since the start of PEOIWS almost 20 years ago, and doing the Chief Technology Officer job there and working digital transformation, other initiatives inside our PEO. And you may be well aware, but just set the stage a little bit. You know, as a PEO, we acquire products and software and combat technology and systems. We work for ASNRDA, who sponsors Naval, and a lot of other people that you probably have seen today. And we also report to Naval Sea Systems Command. And then I'm going to buzz through this. This is our standard, we call it our wagon wheel of all the different products that we have. 150 plus programs, it says down there. You'll see a lot of FMS customers that at 12 o'clock on the dial, you know, South Korea, Japan, Australia, Spain. There's a lot of different folks that we provide the combat systems for, as well as the weapons. And then each of the individual ship classes kind of have their own program office inside IBS to work the combat system in relationship with the shipbuilders, such as frigate, LCS, DG-1000, the carriers, the amphibs, and of course the surface cruisers and destroyers. And then you'll see inside that the sensors. There's a lot of different sensors, all the radars, all the electronic warfare, the EOIR sensors, as well as the laser work. And then you'll see different missile programs there at about 6 o'clock on the dial. Standard missile involves Sea Sparrow missile and rolling airframe missile. Sea Sparrow and rolling airframe missile are both joint programs with many foreign different partners. We do surface ships, but we do sonar and other work to support the undersea. And we do CEC and a lot of integrated fires and things like that. And then up at the very top is the Aegis work that we do for the cruisers and destroyers in the fleet. And mostly for the talk today, and many things I'm sure you've seen today, is a digital strategy, the digital strategy and vision inside of PEOIWS. it is the continuous delivery and the high quality, getting the capability of the fleet faster. I'm going to show you in a second how you think that's a simple statement to say that that's what we do, but in the government or whatever, for whatever reason, it's been difficult for us to transform into a continuous delivery where we can turn around capability fast at a high quality for the fleet. So that's our goal, our vision. And as I said, currently we have 4 different baselines that we support in the fleet. 4 types of baselines, I should say. The Aegis Weapon System, AWS, Ship Self-Defense System, Littoral Combat Ship baselines. It's 2 different vendors producing baselines there. Zoomwalt, DDG 1000, different baselines, different vendors building these things. So as it says here on the slide, we're supporting roughly over 140 ships with 60 different unique hardware and software configuration managements. Almost every ship is a snowflake when it comes to their combat system baselines. You'll also see on this slide that we're still dealing with spreadsheets. We're still dealing with PowerPoint to manage a lot of these things. You'll still see kind of below the DDG 1000 graphic there, you'll see that it's still a very typical serial process for baseline development. And I'm going to kind of go over how we're changing some of those things to get after it and to get more speed and to evolve our capabilities. So a large part of our overall digital strategy is to rethink how we do our system engineering process. We still have requirements derived from the fleet, that's derived from the threats, and we work with the research community such as F&Cs and whatnot. And we're confined by external factors and all these things, and that kind of goes in the top. And then that to an environment where we want to get data repositories, where we want to be able to get a DevSecOps environment. And I'm going to show you exactly how we're moving out on that. And that we're trying to get an infrastructure and a platform as a service. We have hardware platforms, computing infrastructures that are 10 years old that are still on these ships. We even have older, that's just the combat system. Some of the actual warfare systems, some of the radar and electronic warfare systems have 20, 30-year-old computing infrastructure still on it. And I'm aware of, we still have some systems that still have green cathode ray tube CRT screens out there for displays. We really have to get technology. It's not really satisfactory in 2020. So kind of like on this bottom right, I'm going to go over a little bit more, but the agile culture, data driven, and that we're doing it more in a loop cycle, still yet in the engineering rigor of V, but doing it all while in more of a loop and more a continuous development cycle, not just a typical system engineering V process. So a big part of how we're getting after this digital strategy is what we call the Forge. It's an enterprise software factory. So that means it's available to the big primes, the defense industrial base, the Lockheed Martins, the Raytheons, the people like that. But we're also creating an environment that we can have small businesses, non-traditional defense contractors come in, and we're making it available in a virtual and a real environment. It's located up near the University of Maryland in College Park, but we are working to have access to an aisle 5, aisle 6 structure to let people do the service, to be able to write code, write new apps, write new capabilities and algorithms for our surface warfare systems. And this center here is also in charge of this infrastructure as a service. We want to be able to, as ships come in and out, to be able to get them the latest and greatest computing infrastructure and platforms, which will support this continuous delivery model. Part of what's holding us up on the continuous delivery model is that we have such old hardware that we write good software algorithms, but they can't run. You know, we got all these different snowflake hardware systems out there, and it's very difficult to stay with that. So if we can push and have fewer and fewer hardware configurations out there and just push it out, it's like leasing a vehicle or something like that, then that's where we're headed. If you want to find out more about that, there's a LinkedIn. You'll find us, PO IWS Forge. I think there's an overall PO IWS page as well out on LinkedIn that you can check out more of the different things that we're doing inside the PEO. This is the last slide, but this is really a lot of where we're getting at. So you can see the forge symbol that I talked about there. It's somewhat analogous to utilizing that. We're looking at continuous processes and improvements in that. We also are embracing new contract strategies where we don't have to do full FAR contracts. It's not a long negotiation stream and all that. And we're really working on metrics of agility metrics of how often does the CNO change his nav plan? How often is the threat changing from NASIC? And then how is that in comparison to how quickly we can turn around capabilities, whether it be a hardware upgrade or a software upgrade. And we're doing that by utilizing these automated tests and analysis, and we're setting up an eco environment inside the Forge that has all this software code available. And we're working with places like the Office of Naval Research to actually and be able to get access to the code and work straight in that environment and use our integration tests and our automated tests as they're developing prototype algorithms to develop new capability. And a big part also is this continuous authority to operate. There may be people out there in the government that have to deal with the ATOs and the risk management framework inside the NAVSEA organization. And that's taken a lot of process in order to ensure that we're cyber safe. And we want to make sure that when we build this SecDevOps in the Forge and in the rest of our systems, that we use tools that are already cyber certified, and we're all running the different tests that we need to as we're developing the software, such that we know what STIGs, we know what the latest patches we need to do, and how that affects our apps even before it comes out and certified. Because until then, we've been kind of working backwards. We know we have software out there, but we're running it after the fact and just managing the risk and understanding the risk. But we want to be able to, if we can affect the risk of cyber and ATO early in the process, then we'll be able to get ahead of it a little bit. What else do we have on here? A big part of this also is the virtual twins. We're creating up virtual twins. We just did a pilot on the Monterey, USS Monterey, a cruiser with an older Aegis baseline, and we're able to run newer Aegis baseline in parallel with a passive tap off of the ship. She went on deployment, and the crew was able to do that. They were able to take a lot of data, be able to rerun things after an event, do a lot of training, and we were able to try out new and different algorithms running in parallel in the background, and it didn't affect operational needs. Maybe not as a PEO-wide whole, but one of my personal objectives is to the fact where we can have a virtual twin run in the background, and that can be our ecosystem to validate the software is valid. You'll see down here the land-based test sites, such as Wallops Island and CSEDS. We want to reduce as much hardware and loop testing that we can and use the virtual twins and use automated testing that are in the development process. Another part of that in here is develop a SysML guide. I won't say a standard because we have a lot of disparate systems, but we're creating a data environment where we're putting all these different models together. We're working the models that are being used for cyber, for design, and for test, putting them all together, and then be able to create a systems mesh across these different models. These models have been used in conjunction with Naval and a lot of the work that's been done with Project Overmatch and things like that. So I think I maybe am a little ahead, but I think that's the main parts that I want to get across. And we are doing it in an IL5, IL6, so an unclassed and a collateral secret environment where people can get in there and get in our ecosystem. And with the overall goal of being able to deliver in 1 year, somebody's got an urgent need. We want to be able to turn that around in less than a year, fully certified with an ATO, all the rigor to make sure that it's safe. Because in IWS, we have a lot of live fire tests. We are firing missiles. We're firing ordnance. So there's a lot of criticality that goes with safety that's got to be baked into that 1 year process. So I think that's all that I have. I know that I flew pretty quick. If I'm a company who wants to show you what I can do, how do I get involved? There's the LinkedIn, and you can contact us directly. We just had an industry day in April. We have a small business industry day coming up in October. And we can provide that information to you through this. How much opportunity is there for a startup in Project Overmatch? Project Overmatch is not part of the POI to us directly. Naval and POC4I are the main people that are moving out on Project Overmatch, but Project Overmatch is a conduit to allow our warfighting capability that we're providing from the sea with our standard missiles and our radar systems and things like that. I'm not aware of the work that's being done at UT. That would be interesting to get a little bit associated with that. I'm not aware of the work at the J.J. Pickle Center.
A lot of folks don't realize that we have an applied research laboratory, a Navy applied research laboratory at University of Texas. And they're over at the Pickle Center. And I did get a chance to go over there last month. And yeah, they're doing some digital twin work. They do a lot of undersea warfare there. And as a former surface warfare guy, cruisers, destroyers, frigates, I even did a time on an aircraft carrier. I was super excited to get all the briefs. And listening to their digital twin brief was fascinating. Of course, all of this is unclass that they're presenting me. So I'd like to see what opportunity might even be there for some startups to help out with the digital twin idea.
Yeah, I think we're open. I mean, in the Forge environment, we're open for all sorts of different vendors. It's not just the big primes like Lockheed. We're trying to create an environment that we can get anybody, the startups, anybody. I know a lot of people are moving from Silicon Valley to the Austin area. So I know there's a lot of people that can provide us capability in that area and others as well.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Ted, we really appreciate it. Last time I lived in Chicago, my dad was stationed in Great Lakes, and that was when they won the Super Bowl. So that lets you know how old I am. And then as a former CSO on an Aegis ship, you're bringing back a lot of memories.
I was around. Yep.
So, all right. Thank you very much, and we'll proceed on to the next event here. For everybody, now we're going to have our final session of the day, the panel on public-private partnerships. Much like commercial industry, the military is increasing the use of unmanned and autonomous systems to perform tasks that humans can't or shouldn't do. That's exactly why the U.S. Navy and the United States Marine Corps have prioritized unmanned systems as key enablers for their missions. This panel brings together stakeholders from across the Department of the Navy to articulate their challenges, explain how the Navy is adapting to overcome them, and share how they are partnering with innovative companies to adopt new capabilities in this space. Let's turn to our panelists, who will introduce themselves before diving into what promises to be an engaging session. National Tech Bridge Director Whitney Tallarico will be moderating this session, which includes the following panelists: General Frank Kelly, Vice President of the Defense Acquisition University; Captain Michael Brasseur, Commodore Task Force 59. Are you calling in from Bahrain, Commodore? I don't know if he's online yet. And Olinda Rodas, Human Factors Engineer at the Naval Information Warfare Systems Command.
Awesome. Thanks, Brian. So I've been watching a bunch of presentations. I know I presented earlier. There's a lot of dry stuff. I want this to be completely fluid. I want people asking questions. This is kind of a badass panel. The people here have a range of experiences that are kind of insane. Frank, you were the one who set up the first unmanned task force for the Department of the Navy and the Pentagon. Is that how we'll introduce you for today?
Apparently that's how you just introduced me. So I better go with it. So when you say I was the first, I was also the last. And my therapist says it's good for me to come to panels like this and talk about it.
Perfect. Well, perfect, because you're passing the torch to a lot of folks in the Pentagon, but also this guy over here. So Captain Brasseur, or now Commodore Brasseur of the Unmanned Task Force 59 and 5th Fleet in the Middle East. Brand new effort. You're going straight into the thick of it. So, where are you from?
Well, Whit, really good to see you. For the audience, Whit was out here about 8 weeks ago, which seems like yesterday, for our design sprint for the new task force. I'm here in Bahrain, not San Diego, but I can wish about that. Out here in Bahrain, just stood up a new task force on unmanned and artificial intelligence. As I mentioned, we had about 8 weeks ago, we had a kind of a who's who in AI and unmanned, helped design the task force. And ever since we finished the design sprint, we've been getting after it. We've got some really exciting kit coming out, and will be operational in the next couple of weeks. So.
Awesome. And more to follow on that. There's a great exercise coming up early next year, IMEX 2022, and some other great demonstrations of international collaboration that I hope all of you get up to speed on. So last but not least, on our panel here is Olinda Rodas. She's at the Naval Information Warfare Center. For those who don't know what those are, they're basically Navy labs who work on amazing technology to keep providing those capabilities to the fleet and to be that first conduit for you guys to work with them in industry and academia. So Olinda, a little bit about you.
Sure. So thank you for having me here, Whitney. So I'm a human factors engineer. So I'm really focused in the user and getting the warfighter stories out there to try to really tackle the challenges from their point of view. So the implementation and transition of technologies goes smoothly. So.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Olinda. And she's been doing an incredible job working directly with end users. So Marines, sailors who have problems come to Olinda, kind of walk through that process of what their challenges are. And then she's been really helpful in seeding some of the innovation that comes out of it. And then also finding really cool ways for not just the Naval Information Warfare Center in San Diego to get involved, but also other groups across the Department of Navy. So just so you guys know, I want a ton of questions coming in. I'm going to keep an eye on the chat here so that we don't leave one behind. But I guess first question for the group, and I think I'll start with Frank, and we'll go in the same order for this one. But why is unmanned so important right now? Why do we need to get this right? So Frank, to you first.
I think really right now, and maybe 4 years ago and maybe 10 years ago, the threat drives everything, and we can't have unlimited manpower. So we've got to think about how we're going to respond to that threat. And obviously, I think that unmanned systems are, as a complement to our sailors and Marines, if we're just going to focus, on the Department of the Navy right now, add a dimension that doesn't just replace humans in those dull, dangerous, and dirty jobs, if we want to be a little cliche about like an old term, but can actually, in partnership, with the humans, the sailors and Marines out there, really provide an exponential response to the threat. The other thing that I'll say is that there's a couple of other things too that I think that, I mentioned my therapist telling me I can talk about it now. The technology is way more mature than it used to be. I think back in the day, so one of the jobs that I had 1 million years ago as a lieutenant colonel, I was also the first unmanned systems program manager for the United States Marine Corps. I was so excited about that. But here again, I was also the last program manager for unmanned systems in the Marine Corps. And everybody thought, Frank, we're going to do robots, right? Because we're the Marine Corps. And I said, no, we're going to do it all. And the other thing is that we have unmanned systems technology that's applicable in all domains. I can't think of a service other than the Department of the Navy that is to operate in all domains, including space. So, and I think that the attitude in the Navy right now is primed for it. We've got our warfare centers that are geared to provide the kind of support that they need. We've got a command now. I mean, if somebody said, Frank, you could go back, but you can't be a general officer, I'd say, man, I will be Michael Brazier. I will be a captain in the Navy and take his job because he's got the coolest job, but probably one of the most important jobs that we have in the United States Navy right now. He's clearly leading the Department of the Navy into what the future of warfare is going to be. Thanks for letting me talk.
General, I would just, first of all, just like to associate myself with your remarks. I feel really, really honored to be in this position. As you mentioned, you know, we, especially here in the Fifth Fleet, it's, I would say, a problem-rich environment. It's kinetic. The resources are limited. The space is large. The problems aren't going away. So this, you know, it's almost like necessity's the mother of invention, and we have to solve these problems. And unmanned gives us an ability to enhance kind of the human-machine teaming aspect, or the human unmanned teaming. So I think it's really it's out of necessity we have to do this. General, you'd be happy to know that we're teaming with the Marines, who brought, you know, some really cool technology over here. Some VBATs, vertical takeoff, UAVs. We're teaming with them already. We've got some really exciting kit coming out here, and it's all about you know, getting in the hands of the end users. We think we know what they'll do with it, what we'll do with it, but never underestimate, you know, a sailor or a Marine with a problem. They'll always find a new way to solve that problem. We're just trying to accelerate getting the kit in the hands of the end users. Now, we also, we're unmanned in artificial intelligence. So the big flick for us is fusing all these different sensors, getting the data in a form that's usable and ready to be exploited with AI and ML, and then getting into the predictive space where we're on the right side of the problems rather than trailing the problems. So, Whitney, the time is now, and we really appreciate you pushing stuff forward to us fast, so we can learn fast, give you the feedback, and we can kind of iterate and improve very, very fast.
Absolutely. Olinda, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I think what they were saying is obviously right on target. I mean, the necessity is like the main thing, and the other thing that I see is also kind of a safety component out of it. So the machine can do, you know, a lot of things better than us, and it can protect the human as well. So from that point of view, I think you know, is very effective. And in what Michael was saying about, you know, AI and keeping the human in the loop, I think with AI, there's a lot of possibilities that the machine can help us with a lot of things, but it's really important to keep the human in the loop, because at the end, the human is going to be interacting with the agent. So I think that's really, really key to the design cycle. That's all. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So again, feel free to put questions in. I have plenty, so don't worry. And anyone on the panel, if you're interested in posing any to the group, feel free. But I did want to say, with the fleet perspective, Frank, who's kind of been, you know, General, sorry, but who's been kind of on all different aspects, and I've seen really as a mentor in this process, or this latest rendition of unmanned efforts coming forward. You know, are there some key critical problems that we can share today that we know unmanned systems could probably solve now? And you know, what are some of those ways that we could bring people in faster from your experience? I think I'll start with Michael.
Okay, thank you, Whitney. So yeah, I could probably list off about 10 problems that we're dealing with over here. You know, recognizing we're in an unclassified setting, the big problem that we're trying to focus on is enhancing maritime domain awareness. Again, it comes down to, you know, our ability to know what's out there is reduced, you know, by the number of assets we have. So if we have less assets, we see less. Unmanned, the type of technologies we're looking at are the dual use, you know, maritime robotics, very inexpensive, allow us to get a lot of sensors in the water, when you partner with allies and partners, that gives you a chance to scale quickly. When you scale quickly, you can start to close some of those maritime domain awareness gaps, and then you can help. Ultimately, you want to deter the illicit and malign activity that's happening over here, whether it's on the low end illegal fishing, on the high end weapons transfers, supporting the Houthis in the southern Red Sea. So it's the full spectrum. But for us, it comes all the way down to maritime domain awareness, knowing what's going on, and then being more precise with the manned assets. So,
yeah. So I'm just going to pull a few threads in there, Michael. So for the groups in the room and for folks listening online, I think a lot of people, when they hear unmanned, don't see themselves in it. Maybe because there's no man in unmanned. Okay. But also because, it doesn't really encompass all of the stuff that goes into it. It's sensors, it's materials, it's batteries, it's data sharing, it's training, and it's the thought that people across the Department of Navy need to make a shift, and Congress needs to be ready for a shift as well for budget transfers from thinking about training equipment and then thinking about smaller things that you can expend or use for certain use cases, and then say, okay, what's next? What can we buy next? So it's a huge mind shift. Alinda, with your experience talking with folks about their challenges, like directly, and trying to curate those into technical requirements and finding ways to kickstart these efforts, where do you see the opportunities for us?
I see a lot of opportunities by, kind of working together, but kind of creating the pipeline from the warfare centers that we have direct contact with the users into the academia and industry. So as you know, we talk about like different opportunities for challenges that goes from us and then expand into the same topics, expand into the academia and industry. So I think there's a lot of good opportunities because industry and academia can tackle things that we cannot tackle as fast or as good. So I think if we get united and work together, we will be able to get the technology on time to the warfighters when they need it, not too late. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Just a matter of putting the programs together and working together.
Yeah. So, Alinda, you're talking about the role of the warfare centers kind of being that interface between the technology community and the private sector, as well as the Marines and sailors who need this equipment. I think it's important for folks to know that it's even difficult. I'll say I've had difficulties with a lot of folks across the department trying to figure out what tools we have in our toolbox to solve these problems. So maybe Michael has use cases, and he's got real needs, and he's got an amazing 3-star admiral ready to go and say, yeah, I'll sign off on all of these ways to deliver technology faster. I'll accept that risk. But then, how do you push that into the community where it takes us some time to get things on contract, or we have to negotiate things. We have to work with congressional intent for resources we have. We have a budget cycle that usually predicts things 3 years out. And I'll say from my perspective, we've been trying really hard to pool all the more flexible pots of money into alignment. And I know there's a group now, the Unmanned Task Force, working with everyone across the Pentagon and the end users and the technology community. But it's not easy. And so, Frank, from your perspective, I know you've talked about this before, but how are we going to do better as a team, and how can we more quickly bring technology to the warfighters based on what you've seen today?
I mean, there's so much here. So I'll just start from what could have been perceived as resistance, let's say some years ago, and it could be a lot of things. Don't want to be replaced by a machine. The technology's not there. The risk is too much for me to bear. And I think that the 4 of us on screen here, and I don't know how many people are out there, can probably say that, hey, there's a lot of things that are now not as not as dangerous or as risky as they were before. So Whitney, you've heard me call out this one guy's name, and his name is Dave Mindell. And Michael, if I could just suggest one. By the way, I got a million of them, and I would love and I want to help you out, man, as much as I possibly can. And then I want to take your job, okay? But his name is Dave Mindell. He's a professor out at MIT. He is a professor at MIT. He started his own company called Humanix that does micro-location, and he does that to help support unmanned system integration in urban environments. So he's looking at a social aspect of that. But Mindell wrote a book, and I'd encourage all of us to read it. I promise I'll read it again. And it's called Our Robots, Ourselves, The Myth of Autonomy. And he the first time I ever met this guy, he just slapped this book on a table and said, "You read it." And I'm like, "Oh, perhaps you don't know who I am. You don't tell me what to do." And I was so bummed that I delayed like 1 minute in not having read his book. And it's a fantastic book. And the first chapter starts out with 4 questions. The first question, when you talk about unmanned systems and autonomy, is where are the humans? The minute you ask that question, you disarm the folks that have a fear about unmanned. And then you immediately get the humans into it. And that changes the entire sense of the conversation that you're about to have. So Whitney, with the Unmanned Task Force, we got 2 folks that are in the lead, but lots of folks supporting, right? So we got Michael Stewart and we have Paul Mann. And Whitney and I had a chance to see these guys kick off an event at Naval X. Actually, I had a chance to see it. She was helping to run the thing. And I suggested to Paul Mann and Mike Stewart, hey, the first person you want to talk to is Dave Mindell. That's the first thing I like to do. The other thing that I think is really important is go and talk to the folks at AUVSI, the Association for Unmanned Vehicle Systems International. They have access to the Department of Navy through a thing called the Maritime Advisory Committee that was actually set up to address Navy needs. That's really, really important. AUVSI also has access to academia and tremendous access to the industrial base. And then the last thing I'm going to say, like I could go on all day about this stuff. Reps and sets. Get a lot of this stuff in the hands of sailors and Marines. And just like, the task force commander over here has told us all, you will be amazed what sailors and Marines will do with that stuff. Just let it happen. And they will solve a lot of our problems for us.
Yeah. Amen. There's I know, Mike, you might want to respond. There are a few questions coming up for you. So I was going to take some from the audience. First one is about what the first steps your task force will take to start learning how to use unmanned for maritime domain awareness, like specific problems you're trying to tackle, which I know you started, but.
So just like the general said, getting the kit in the water as soon as possible. We thanks to Whitney and a really good team, we were able to get some really exciting kit out here within the span of 5 weeks. Admiral Cooper, during our design sprint, drew out one of the problems on the board, and then, we all collectively thought, okay, well, how could we help solve this problem with some technology that's available now? So that's coming out, some USVs, some UAS, and some companies that do AI and C2. So we're going to start small with some USVs, start to build trust in the human machine team. As we build trust, we'll scale up with more capable assets, USVs and UASs, and then we'll start to put it on real missions. We're also in parallel working with our partners in the region to help us scale. So there's a lot of interest in unmanned over here. And once you start bringing in partners, you can scale and then start to close some of those gaps. So that's our approach. Start small, build trust, build confidence in the machines, and then scale up, and then scale across with partners and allies. I hope that answered the question. Did you think that nailed it, Whitney, or do you want to?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. And I think it's worth noting too that as Michael's alluding to, and I was trying to stay out of it and just be the facilitator, but our Tech Bridge team is definitely heavily involved in this. Actually, on Monday, we're going to bring our team together, go over problems in a classified setting, and then take some of these opportunities and say, hey, what of these things maybe needs to stay in government in the classified setting for a little bit, and how many of these things can we put out to industry now and get things on contract? We have authorities. If you guys are there and you have a prototype, you want to get it tested, cooperative research and development agreements, there's something called 2373 where we can just buy a prototype and see if it works in a setting. We've got all these contracting vehicles available or things that are able to be set up to really integrate new technologies faster. So, and exactly what you're saying in terms of partnerships, these aren't just our problems. And the technology solutions aren't only going to solve Navy needs, like the fishing, illegal fishing problem. It's a global challenge. So I think the more we find alignment and create those avenues for partnership, the better off we'll be.
Yeah, and Whitney, if I can just come back to you on that, because when you have these people overfishing, right? They're taking away people's ability to provide for their families. Fishermen, when they can't fish, will look for other things to do to provide for their families. So it's basically it causes an increase in insecurity, which trends towards conflict or malign activity. And so, back in the day, a lot of the pirates were, fishermen that couldn't fish because the waters off the coast of Somalia were being overfished. And, so just it's all interconnected. And while that illegal fishing may not seem like a big deal, it's a very big deal, especially in this region where people make their living, on the water. So.
Yeah, and last thing I'll add for that. So this is a great example of some of our challenges in the Middle East. A lot of these challenges, technical challenges, also exist, and operational challenges exist in other locations. So what we are trying to do as a team is create a streamlined approach to solving these problems, find out what works here and scale the solutions elsewhere. Find out, maybe it's really hard to test something operationally in Fifth Fleet for a certain challenge, but maybe we can test it in one of our test beds at a warfare center, or have curation events to figure out, what are those limiting factors in each of these scenarios, and how do we really invest more in the industrial base to get there. Yeah, so I think there's another question as well. When referring to unmanned systems, this is for you again, Mike. How much of those are autonomous or have full autonomy capability today? And how do you foresee autonomy's role in future unmanned systems?
Okay, so great question. What we, kind of the history is, a lot of maritime robotics, controlled by one person. So if you got, 10 vehicles, you got 10 operators. We're more going to a C2 infrastructure that has multiple vehicles controlled by one person, leveraging, AI to do that. And we're going to be testing that within the next 5 months. So that's the desired end state from the C2 perspective. From the actual robots themselves, the level of autonomy is actually going to be pretty high with the systems we're getting. So I would not say fully autonomous, but we are not talking about remote controlled stuff. We're talking about autonomous stuff. Again, I'm being kind of vague because I'm kind of not mentioning the systems we're talking about. but the desired end state, as I mentioned at the beginning, is, one human overseeing a C2 structure enabled by AI that's got control of lots of systems, unmanned systems, to accomplish, to deliver an effect for the warfighter.
Yeah, no, I love that. And I think the well, I can speak, crawl, there we go, walk, run. It's a really good approach, especially since we're trying to do the opposite of what the Navy traditionally does, which is prepare for this giant system years in advance and say, hey, this is how it's going to look. I want a fully autonomous vessel this size that can do all of these missions. That's not what we're trying to do. What we're trying to figure out is, what are our problems? How many of them are we solving now? Where are inefficiencies? And how many things could we get out there, knowing that our humans, the cost of life is high and the cost of these systems can be small and they can save lives. So I think that, even just picking one or two areas to start and improving out these capabilities is definitely the right approach. Yeah, Olinda, looks like you have something.
I'm just thinking, like, to be able to say what Michael was talking about is what we call supervisory control, right? But you have one human controlling multiple vehicles. And the type of technology that you need for supervisory control is kind of different from the one that you will need if just one-on-one. So I think that just kind of thinking about, the different kind of technologies that we will need to develop together. And at the same time, I'm thinking, like, when Mike is talking about, particular scenarios, it would be nice to have, like, more particular scenarios or vignette that we can kind of focus on, and then kind of break it down in the type of technologies that you will need for each. Because, go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
And Olinda, that was actually one of the outputs that our team, started at design sprint, basically our top 10 problems and vignettes. And, I'll pass what we put together a playbook on that, and I'll pass that to you.
Yes,
and it's just the entering argument, just a quick tour around the AOR, and how we thought unmanned could help us solve some of those problems. And then, how we intend to employ the new assets that we have and leverage the existing assets, because there's a bunch of, legacy kit in here that still performs a very valuable function.
Yeah.
It's low cost. And then once you kind of leverage in that C2 and AI aspect, you really get a lot from those additional sensors.
I see. And again, I'm just kind of thinking about, like, the different kind of requirements. I mean, from us that, we do science and research, right? We have an innovation program now in which we try to run these, like, what we call design thinking workshops. And we have, like, scenarios, and when we have a bunch of scientists and engineering working on trying to solve the problem that the scenario displays. So, and the thing that we are kind of identifying, I guess, it was kind of, we knew, but it wasn't so clear. It's like, there are all these kind of different problems. It might be technical problems, but then when you get users in there, you have more of, like, the user problems. And then if you got program office people in there as well, then you have all the other problems. So our issue is, like, how do we integrate all the different requirements? Because, as the S&T folks, how do we navigate to that? Because we kind of want to make everybody happy, right? So you kind of have to prioritize, if you will, the requirements. So just a thought. Thank you.
Yeah, and we're just happy to be part of the conversation, so we can provide valuable feedback. What's interesting is a lot of the stuff we have coming out is, capability as a service, a lease. If it doesn't provide value, we'll say thank you very much. We'll look another direction. So I think that's also, we're not committed to this stuff. If it provides value to the end user, to us, if it helps us solve problems, we'll say more of it, and we'll ask Navy to transition. So that's kind of the approach.
And I think the question of value is also depending on the design, Because if you give the user a particular design, if you put different technology together in a package and you give the package to the user, you might get a reaction. If you put them in a different way and then you might get a different reaction. So what I'm saying is like the requirements from the user might or the impression might be depending on what the package, how do you put the design together. So that's kind of also important, because what we're trying to do is pick, kind of different technology and kind of package them together in a way that help them do their task and their mission.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because even at a warfare center, the folks working on technology are working directly with industry and academia on providing these technology packages or kits of equipment over to the fleet. We have a lot of the same challenges, getting feedback, getting our business case accepted by higher ups, getting funding, finding opportunities. So I just want to stress again, since we're talking to a lot of startups, a lot of companies who want to work with us, what we're trying to do with this group is really open up the aperture to communicate across completely different silos internally, and then working better with other defense partners and with non-traditional members of the innovation industrial base. So yeah, Frank, I actually wanted to ask you this question that was coming through. I guess it's from LinkedIn. But what is your take on this hyperwar or hashtag hyperwar future? Winglong 2, I'm going to say some stuff wrong here. Now armed with air-to-air missiles, collaborative swarms of inexpensive UCAVs, running sensor fusion, simulation, and optimization at the edge.
So I saw that one out there, and I said, "Wow, there's some ugly elements to that." One of the things we didn't talk about yet is arming these things, weaponizing these things, and now this is one where I think attitudes are really going to have to change, and we've got to also face the realization that we're going to come to a point. I don't know if it's another singularity or however you want to state it, but humans are not going to be able to compete in the same decisions, just the decision cycles that these machines. Michael talked about incorporating AI on board. Pretty soon, we're going to have to think of another way. So there is an instruction out there, the 3000.09, that talks about how the human is going to have to stay in the loop. And so I have an idea based on my time, flying around. And I think we've got to rethink, when does the mission start? The mission doesn't start when wheels are in the well and you've left you've left, the surly bonds of Earth, so to speak. Now, mission starts now during mission planning, and I'm sure that there's some smart people out there that can realize it's even before that. When you decide to commit forces, the mission has started. And think about that. We're executing missions today in all sorts of other environments. Okay. But those decision cycles are getting faster and faster. And I think that we as humans are going to have to think about, how is it that we, can direct that fight, even though we might not be able to participate in those fast cycle times. So one thing that I thought that just came up between Alinda and Mike that was really important is, if we wait around and say to ourselves, we have to have the hardware. Now, that's not what you guys were saying, but I just want us to think about this for a second. We have to have the hardware, and then we have to give it to the human beings so that they can actually plop it in the water or let it fly around in the sky. I think we're missing a great opportunity here. You guys have also done a great job of mentioning at scale. I got a lot of kids in my house. They're not kids anymore. They're young adults. As a matter of fact, I have 3 second lieutenants in my house waiting to start the basic school. They play a lot of games. And they play a lot of games with like thousands and millions of other people. If we could think about creating a virtual environment where we could weaponize the assets in the virtual environment, the other thing we could also do is help these game players out there. And by the way, our sailors and Marines play a lot of games too. Get the data that tracks, like, they made a decision to employ one asset over another. Why did they do that? I mean, the scale is out there. I think that the opportunity is out there, and I think that the gaming environment or that virtual environment, but I do think gaming is very attractive as well. Could really help us out. So, Whitney, you're tapped into all the tech bridges and all that, and so Diana Teal is down there in Orlando. Orlando is like the virtual gaming center of the universe down there, and so they're also tapped into. Think of the potential we could have here in the live, virtual, and constructive environments. So Olinda might only be able to work on a few assets. Michael might only be able to get a few assets available. But in that virtual and constructive environment, we can augment that by model-based systems engineering and see how that plays out. And I think we're very, very mature in at least in the Department of the Navy. I'll be a little biased there. I think that our warfare centers are absolutely fantastic, and especially with our folks that have been on the bleeding edge of that whole live, virtual, constructive environment that we can have up there. So some really good points. I'm really excited. I do think that we probably need to move a little bit faster, though, in getting that sort of structure in place. Over.
So Whitney, I just wanted to add, with respect to the hyper war, the next. So we just finished, our longest war here. The next war is going to be fought at machine speed, no doubt about it. And as the general mentioned, you're going to bump into some very serious ethical questions really fast, and we're already anticipating that. We have an advisor from the Jake on our team who's a world leader in autonomy and ethics, a PhD in law. So we're already anticipating these things, before we put them in the water, and thinking, as the general mentioned, the secondary, the tertiary effects. And I really like the notion of the live virtual environment to learn, to understand the human behavior about the decisions that are being made. So just wanted to add those few points on there.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And Marie Boussier, I think it's pretty French, but then again, I thought your name was French too, Michael, and I'm getting that wrong. I still say Boussier, but it's apparently
right.
All right. Well, regardless, I think it's really fascinating. So there's a few things that I think people will be excited about in industry and academia. One is this partnership with live virtual constructs. So for those who aren't tracking the things like digital twin or digital engineering or, AR, VR, what we're trying to do is create these simulated environments where we could test things and, before we put them in the field. And we're taking kind of models of different environments and trying to sensor them so that we can see in real time in the physical. Also, a lot of the same results in the virtual, so we can run simulations and do a lot of learning faster. I think this is really critical on the ethics side so that we don't put things out there that might be not ready or might have unintended consequences. But additionally, it's a way for us to start opening the door for everyone from STEM careers to folks who have technology ready to go to test things in a lower barrier environment earlier. So I will say folks who have tried or who have successfully worked with the Navy and Marine Corps before and have a hard time when it comes to getting data on problems or on environments, that is a huge thing we are working on now, trying to capture these data points, these data sets to share. It is not easy, I will say, on our team and some others to create a backbone that allows sharing of data, but that's also an ask. So if you guys have data sets of, lakes, oceans, like different environments if you're doing something and you have your own sort of models or simulated environments or AR, VR that you're using in private industry for things like maintenance and sustainment or for training, please reach out. Yeah, the Knock TSD in Orlando, a part of our Central Florida Tech Bridge, is heavily involved in this space. And I was just in Seattle last week visiting our Northwest Tech Bridge director, and I think Microsoft. Can't remember all the other Game Boy. I don't know what these things are. I'm clearly out of the loop, and I need to get back in. But these are the companies we need to be partnering with to figure out, or companies like them to really start figuring out how to bring not just technology forward, but the way that we interact with it and the way that we harness what's possible forward. So I think we have about 10 minutes left. And I'm not seeing any other questions. So what I would like to do is just around the table, I might start with you, Olinda, just have folks say, hey, what is one thing that stresses you out when it comes to unmanned? And then maybe what is one area where you think private industry and academia who might be listening could engage with us?
I think in the supervisory control, there are a lot of different areas that definitely academia can help and have been helping, different projects with ONAR and DARPA so far. So the interaction with the human is one area. The other area is the integration of data. We're getting a lot of data. So how do we show, okay, the machine learning can do the integration of data. Well, how do we communicate that to the human? So visualizations, that's a really big area also. We want the operators to be able to see, what the agent is thinking. Why is it thinking like that? What type of data is integrated? Mm-hmm. And so that part is crucial to what Mike was talking. I've been in many projects with unmanned vehicles, and one of the main issues with AI was trust. They didn't want to use it because they didn't understand how the agent was making the decision. So being able to communicate kind of AI way that can communicate to show the human, this is what I'm thinking, and in a way have to think in a way that the human can understand. Because if we say, I'm integrating millions of data, I say, well, I can't relate to that. So I have to be related to the human. But you have to be able to communicate visualizations. Just the whole thing of supervisory control is being able to have situational awareness also. So situational awareness, you have to integrate different type of data. So there's a big area there that definitely academia and industry are way ahead of us, and they can help us. And we do a lot of creatives, and we try to do creatives with industry, with academia. So there are a lot of opportunities out there to work with us. That's awesome. All. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. I'm just going to pull one quick thread on that because we've been talking about technology, science, and all those things. But I think all of us recognize the power of video, of good design. We wouldn't be able to figure out our phones, or maybe our parents wouldn't be able to figure out their phones if it wasn't so intuitive. So whoever is out there on the creative side as well, we're STEAM fans, not just STEM fans. And a lot of those seemingly lost arts like communication are really critical. So definitely awesome. Thank you. Let's go with Frank next.
And we're thinking about the stuff that's I hate it, that's keeping me up at night or makes me nervous. Is that okay? So the stuff that makes me nervous. So by the way, when we were doing our DAS and unmanned stuff, the Secretary of the Navy said, hey, come up with a plan, come up with a roadmap for the Department of the Navy. We did that, by the way. It's out there. I do lose sleep over it, and and my therapist says I have to get over it, but that plan was out there. And so I think that it's the type of thing that can demonstrate to the folks out there that the Navy has been thinking about some of these things for a long time, and the unmanned task force, can use that to help to help point them in the direction so that they don't waste a lot of time. But who's thinking about all the other stuff that unmanned systems are going to require? Because if I used to say that, when we would see an unmanned air vehicle, right, and everybody would watch the thing take off, and the beauty about that is you'd always be able to look at it. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now, looking at an imaginary air vehicle as it takes off, right? And I used to look around at everybody and say, hey, don't forget, We solved the miracle of flight over 100 years ago. That hasn't changed. But how to talk to that thing, how to understand what the intent of that thing is, okay? How close does it have to be to becoming a sentient, piece of gear out there? These are the things that Alinda, has been talking about. That's really really hard. The other thing that I found very, very disconcerting was if you had an unmanned underwater vehicle, you don't even get to see it. You have no idea. You saw it on top of the water, it disappeared, and then everybody just walks away. And you wait a couple of hours, and then you wait for it to come back. You better hope that it has some data, right? That for you to do something with, because you don't even get a chance, to see that kind of stuff. Well, how is it going to get recharged? How is it going to get retasked? How are you going to get to it to like stop doing something? Let's just say it was armed, right? How are you going to get to that thing to abort a mission? Okay, these are some tough questions to ask. So who's looking at the hard stuff? So real quick, DAU, my command, can help you do those contract things. We've got great folks like Michelle Courier and Hallie Balkin out there that can help you with those other sorts of authorities that you need out there. The Naval Postgraduate School is another place that I think that needs to be involved here. They have people that think about the ethics of this, but they also have access to industry and academia, but they have access to the Department of the Navy, which I think is absolutely fantastic, and we got to tap into them as well. Thanks.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think just because it's on the same topic for you, I'm going to toss this to you real quick. There is a question about data. So regarding data, can you help us cut through the ATO process? And I'm actually putting a link in the chat. I'm hoping somebody from the Capital Factory team who's able to communicate with our guests here could forward. I just Googled some stuff. I will say Google has more information than I feel like I do as a defense professional. But Frank, do you know of anything else in this area?
If we're talking about ATOs, there's only two ATOs that I know. The kind that I loved, as a young Marine, and that was the Air Tasking Order, right? And hopefully that I'm going to have a mission on that. We're not talking about that one. We're talking about the authority to operate, which is, man, I think, I'll say it. I'll probably lose my job here. We've got the wrong people in charge of that kind of stuff. That's the issue right now. They've got nothing to lose by saying no, and they don't. Actually, you know what? Instead of putting them in a bad light, what we need to do is just like you started off, Whitney. We need to have them see their part in it. Okay, and it's not the mission execution piece. It's how we get there. Without their help, we can't get there as fast as we need to go, and we are falling behind. We need that community to help step up and take the risk with us, trust us, and give us the authority to operate out there so that we can exercise these systems, get them in the hands of sailors and Marines.
Thanks, Frank. Mike?
So I'll just the thing that keeps me up at night is the pace or lack thereof. We're in the context of a great power competition. We're dealing with technologies on an exponential trajectory, yet we're linear and maybe even flat in some situations. We simply aren't moving fast enough. The winner of the next conflict will be the one, not necessarily with the best tech, but the fastest adopters. It's like the person in your calculus class, I'm going to date myself, that figured out how to use that TI-85, calculator, and then that was the person you went to because that little machine could help you solve problems quicker. So the thing, I'm just worried about pace. As the CNO said, speed matters. We're in a race and we're in danger of losing if we don't pick up the pace. So that's the thing that I'm worried about. And I appreciate, the Naval X's of the world and the DAUs and the warfare centers that are helping hack the bureaucracy to get guys like me some really, and really interesting stuff the technology's here. It's just get it into our hands so we can help solve our problems quickly. So I just wanted to kind of take General Kelly's thought just one step further.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'll add my biggest fear is pretty similar to what you guys were saying, but mine is it's not so much on the speed, although that's the result. For me, it's the lack of coordination with people who are mission aligned. So I think we have solutions in industry and academia that would help us today. I think one group in the Department of Navy, and maybe the Marine Corps has an answer to something that the Navy is still struggling with. One of our shipyards can't get a ship out quickly enough because somebody who solved the problem across the coast hasn't, cut through the bureaucracy and found that group. And that is stuff I think about it. And part of the problem there is, what we were talking about communications, Alinda, and how people work together. It kind of feels like a Frankenstein sort of situation where our team like maybe is all there, but every piece kind of has a different background and something else that annoys it. One is allergic to nuts and one is not. I don't know. But for some reason, we're having a really hard time working as a functional team and hand in hand with our other just as crazy partners. I think where it's not just us, it's other governments that are having a hard time aligning. It's other groups that are having a hard time acting at speed. And I think the scariest thing for me about that is there are some really small groups of people that are not protecting millions and billions of lives who are able to move faster than us because they only have to work with a few folks and they can do a lot of damage. And we've seen that recently. I mean, we've seen a lot of like isolated incidents of small terrorist groups and otherwise. And they can move faster than we can because there's only a few of them and they're coordinated. We're way more powerful. We're way more capable. We're way more, I think our people have a lot more to fight for in terms of protecting each other and protecting our country and protecting the world. But if we don't act like a team and start letting people take their roles and, getting at least enough understanding of the other person to not isolate them, even when it comes to ATOs, there's a reason they're jacked over there. Like, what it is, I don't think it's what they ate for breakfast. Like there's probably some ways that their hands are tied and our hands are tied that is preventing us from putting them together. But I'm hoping that we can function as a better team and not let the pendulum swing every time someone gets burned by trying to do things differently, but to really stay connected and keep sharing lessons learned and keep each other in touch, even if we accidentally burn each other. Because it does happen in industry. Folks who are still on the line, I'm sure you've gotten burned by at least one government organization, and please don't give up on working with us because we really need the help. So I'm going to turn over to Brian on that happy note.
No problem, Whitney. Wow, this was a really great discussion. Very challenging. You can see there's a lot of stuff going on out there. As you can see, there are no shortages of challenges in the maritime domain. For us, when I say us, I mean the Navy and Marine Corps team, in the whole community. The tech is more than just about opportunity. It's about saving lives. And I hope that someone who tuned in today can help the Navy and Marine Corps team. In a day full of amazing speakers, we've learned so much. What was your favorite part? Did anyone connect with any founders? Let us know in the chat. This brings us to the close of Naval X track and the end of the Fed Supernova. Thank you to our speakers and our attendees for tuning into this event. If you'd like to reach out to any of the speakers, please see their profile on the fedsupernova.com, where we'll be linked with the social media accounts they've provided us. If you'd like to keep in touch with me, you can find me at Brian Fitzpatrick 96 on LinkedIn and also at Navy Fitz 96 on Twitter. Now, for those joining us here in person, let's convene in the atrium and the 8th floor for social hour. If you are online, hop in to the networking sessions on the right-hand side of the screen. Fed Supernova will be back in March 2022. That's all we had today, folks. It's been an honor being your MC for the day. Thank you. Next week is Austin Navy Week and Startup Week, so if you're still in town, please tune into those. One final thing. Go Navy. Beat Army. Out here.